Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know? Organizations using SAP FICO report up to a 25% improvement in financial accuracy and efficiency. That's the power of advanced financial management tools. Today, we'll explore SAP FICO on ECC and why it's a game changer for finance professionals. SAP FICO, which stands for Financial Accounting and Controlling, is one of the most crucial modules in SAP ECC. It enables businesses to manage their financial operations, maintain accurate accounting records, and control costs effectively. Over 75% of Fortune 500 companies depend on SAP FICO to streamline financial workflows and ensure regulatory compliance. This demand highlights its importance in the corporate world. Understanding SAP FICO is vital for finance and accounting professionals. It helps bridge the gap between raw financial data and strategic business decisions, making you a valuable asset in your field. In this course, you'll gain a clear understanding of SAP FICO's on ECC key features, including general ledger management, accounts payable and receivable, and cost center management. These topics will prepare you to excel in financial roles. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Financial Accounting Basic Settings. 2. General Ledger Accounting. 3. Accounts Payable. Let's dive in.
Start with a little bit of theory, and once we complete the theory, we will go into a little bit more. We are going to be doing financial accounting and controlling, which is commonly referred to as FICO. We don't actually always say SAP, we say SAP. All right. Now, the finance organization structure. In the finance, we have business areas for internal purposes. Business areas represent separate areas of an operation within an organization that can be used across company codes. They are balancing entities that can create their own set of financial statements for internal purposes. It is therefore possible to save and evaluate transaction figures for each business area. The use of business area in SAP is optional. Now we have SAP Fiori. SAP Fiori is this is just a few theoretical slides I'll take you in before we go into the system and start in SAP. So SAP Fiori is the new user experience. So UX, we used to have GUI, graphical user interface. Now we calling it UX, user experience. So it is the new user experience for SAP software and application. It provides a set of applications that are used in regular business functions like work approvals, financial apps, calculation apps, various self-service apps. SAP Fiori provides all business roles in real time on a compatible hand device. Basically, with this, you can access SAP on your mobile phone if you need. Now, one of the first things we do when we start configuring a company in SAP is we define a company code. A company code is okay. To define a company code, we have to first think of a 4-character key, a company code key. So usually it is if you have 1000 to 1020, or it could be TATA. You need 4 characters, alpha or numeric or alphanumeric. The name of the company, the city, country, currency, language, and address. Global parameters of a company code. That is the first part is like the basic data. Then you extend the data and you have like a chart of account, the fiscal year, company code defaults. Now what a chart of account is, we will come to that. Define a company code. So this is basically a chart of what a company code looks like. In SAP standard system, company code 0001 is a template for a general company code with the chart of account INT and no special country specification. One of the good things about SAP is for almost every configuration, it gives you a standard template which you can copy and keep intact or copy and modify to your requirements. So usually when we have an option in SAP to copy and modify, we always take that option. So we will copy an existing company. If we want to create a company, we can copy an existing company and just change and modify the address and all the other data. If you want to create a company code, we will copy a company code and then make the necessary modifications we want to that company code. So SAP also has, while they have the company code 001 is template for general company code. SAP also has some standard country-specific template setup. You have US 01, DE 01 for Germany, FR 01 is for France, GB 01 is for Great Britain. They have quite a few templates set up, country-specific templates set up. So if you're working in if you're creating a company code in one of these countries, it is advisable to go to that country template, pick it up, and copy it. Now, next step is we will come across this variant. So, what the question we ask ourselves, what is the variant principle? The variant principle is a 3-step method used in SAP to assign particular properties to one or more objects. And the steps are, you first define a variant in SAP, you determine the value of the variant in SAP, you assign the variant to the objects required. The variant principle is used for field status, posting periods, financial year. A field status is basically when you look at any screen in SAP, you will see a number of fields. So depending on how you set up your field status, the fields could be a required field, that means it must be entered. It could be an optional field, so it's there. Either you enter, you don't enter, it will not stop you from moving on. Or it is just for display. The field will only be displayed. You can't input anything into those fields. This is what a field status, how a field status operates. For various areas in SAP, you can set up various variant principles. So you can have a variant principle set up for field status, say, how you will do a master record, a vendor master record has to be updated. You can have a field status for how a journal voucher has to be passed. Then you have posting periods. Posting periods is the equivalent of the month of the transaction. So if my financial year is Jan to December, so posting period January will be my first posting period. So the month of January will be one posting period. Feb will be the next posting period. So that is what a posting period. It equates to the month in which you're doing your transactions. Fiscal year. Fiscal year is the financial year of the company. So you could have a financial year that is Jan to December. You can have a financial year that is April to March. You all are all in finance background, so you're all familiar with what a fiscal year is. So a fiscal year variant and a posting period variant. To assign business transactions to different periods, you have to define a fiscal year with posting periods. So step one is we define the fiscal year. It's normally 2 characters. So say we take B1, and B1 we will define it as a calendar year. So Jan to December. So to assign business transactions to different periods, you have to define the fiscal year as Jan to December with 12 posting periods, which is 12 months of the year. You define the fiscal year as a variant that is assigned to a company code. The fiscal year variant contains the definition of posting periods and special posting periods. Special posting periods are used for posting that are not assigned to a time period, but to the business process of the year closing. So let's go over special posting periods again. Let us take, for example, our financial year is Jan to December. Now, all of you are aware that when we are doing closing and book is closing, we will first, one of the first things we get out of the way is the taxes we have to pay. But we don't want anyone posting anything else because the financial year is closed. So while we are reconciling our books for tax purposes, we can open a special posting period, and that special posting period we can do this particular activity. So we have up in SAP, we can choose up to 4. So you can use the 4 as you want. So say the first posting period, special posting period we use for taxes. The second posting period we use for some other job, say reconciling of assets and all that. And say the fourth posting period we'll use for any audit requirements that come in. The books are being audited. The auditors say, no, you have to make this adjustment. No, you have to make this adjustment. So you can use the fourth posting period to make those adjustments. So that is what a special posting period is used for. In total, therefore, in SAP, you can define 16 periods. So 16 periods means, say, a calendar year is 12 months and 4 special posting periods. In SAP, the system derives the posting period from the posting date. The date you are entering a transaction, that is called the posting date. You can have a document date, you can have a posting date. So I am entering something today with retrospective effect. The actual entry belongs to, say, 3 days before. My posting date will be today's date, but my document date, I can put it as 8th or 7th of Jan. So the system derives the posting period from the posting date. If I'm doing something here, automatically it will derive the month of Jan, because the posting date will be 9th or 10th of Jan. If the posting date falls within the last normal posting period, you can post the transaction in one of the special posting periods. So if the posting date falls within the last normal posting period, you can post the transaction in one of the special posting periods. Now, this is an example of fiscal years. On the left-hand side, you have a calendar fiscal year. So the posting period Jan, the first posting period of the year, will correspond to the first month of the year. This is a very simple, tidy system. SAP, you have to do nothing in SAP when you have a calendar fiscal year. So here, the posting periods will correspond to the month of a calendar year. Now, in the second example, the fiscal year is not a calendar year. So over here, the example is the fiscal year begins on the 1st of April, ends 31st of March. So in which posting year and in which posting period does the posting of Jan belong? Because now April is the first posting period. It is the 4th month of the year. May is the second posting period. It will be the second month. It will correspond to the second month of the year. The system cannot just derive it like that. We have to now tell the system that the first posting period, April, is the 4th month of the year. And if the year is, say, 23-24, the April 23 to March 24. So March 24 will belong, it's 2 separate years. So we also have to tell the system that March 24, when you look at March 1st March 2024, you need to subtract 1, so it comes within the financial year 2023. It belongs to the financial year 2023. It is not a different financial year. That is also something which you have to configure in the system. If you use calendar year, you have no configuration to do. If you are using a fiscal year that is not a calendar year, you will have to do a additional configuration where you will explain to you'll have to say April is equal to the first posting period, May is equal to the second posting period. You will have to look at Jan, Feb, March of the following year and put a -1. So the system will know that 2024 belongs to the financial year 2023. I will take you through the screens for this when we see it. If each fiscal year of a fiscal year variant uses the same number of periods, the posting periods always start and end on the same day of the year. The variant is year independent. A year-independent fiscal year variant can be defined as a calendar year or a non-calendar year. If the fiscal year is defined as a calendar year, the posting periods are equal to the months of the year. So if the fiscal year is a calendar year, Jan is equal to 12 posting periods, 12 months. Therefore, the fiscal year that is a calendar year must have 12 posting periods. So we've gone through company code, we've gone through variants, fiscal year variants, currency key. we use currency keys in SAP. So the dollar symbol is USD, the pound is GBP, Japanese yen is GPY. Currency, SAP uses ISO standards in whether it is country codes or currency codes. It maintains the ISO standards. So over here we have exchange rate types. You can have historical exchange rate, bank selling rate, bank buying rate, average rate. There are many options for using exchange rates in SAP. Another important one is the chart of accounts. A chart of accounts used by a company to register events deriving from its business activities and to report its financial statements. Okay. A chart of accounts basically comes down to it's a list of general ledger accounts which a company or a business is going to use. So a chart of account will include asset account. It will include goodwill. It will include expense accounts like repairs and maintenance to furniture, travel expenses. All these general ledger accounts which you need are listed and are grouped together in what we call a chart of account. Now, there are many kinds of chart of accounts. Two most important ones are the operational chart of account and a group chart of account. An operational chart of account is the chart of account a business or a entity is going to use on a day-to-day basis. A group chart of account will be a chart of account that is used for consolidation purpose. So if we look at a company, say Tata, and say Tata's has a lot of business companies under it. So each company will be using a chart of account. But charters want to consolidate everything, but they do not want to consolidate everything in such detail. So in a company code, say in Tata Steel, you will have repairs to buildings, repairs to furniture, repairs to office equipment, repairs to vehicles. But they decide that in the group chart of account, I just want the total of repairs. I don't want this infinite, small, minute breakup. So a group chart of account will say reflect only repairs, while operational chart of accounts will have the breakups under the various areas. And the operational chart of account, all the repairs accounts will be attached or assigned in the group chart of account to just one repairs. That is how the group chart account and operational chart account work. It can be a one-to-one match. It can be a many-to-one match. There is that depends on the business. So basically, a operational chart account is what a company will use for the day-to-day business activities. The list of GL accounts. A group chart of account can have different naming conventions, and every account in the operational chart account will need to be assigned to the group chart account. Operational chart of account, it contains the accounts used to post transactions in the system. It is used for internal audit and reporting as accounts are created as cost elements in CO. Now, what does this mean? You have in FI, like we did before, you have two separate modules. You have the FI, the financial module. You have CO, the management module. Data has to flow from FI module into CO module. So the pipeline that carries the data from the financial module to the controlling module is called a cost element. So cost element is basically a pipeline from which data will flow from financial accounting into the CO module, the controlling module. That's it. All it does is carry it from one module to another. So a cost element, if you enter a GL account, expense GL account in FI, via a cost element, it will flow into CO, and the controlling module, the area it might impact is, say, cost center accounting or profit center accounting. It will flow through a cross element either into cost center accounting or to profit center accounting. So cost elements are nothing more than pipelines that carry data from the FI module to the CO module. An operational chart account, it is used by single company codes or multiple company codes. So a group chart account is used for group consolidation requirements. Group accounts are assigned against accounts in the operational chart of account. So if you have created a chart of account, a GL account in, say, the operational chart of account, you must either create a corresponding GL account in the group chart of account, or you have to assign it to some GL account in the group account. Every account, GL account in an operational chart account should be assigned against a GL in the group account. The chart of account segment consists of several groups of fields. You have the type description, keyword translation, information. So this is what it looks like. GL accounts in the chart of account. What are the keywords? What is the name of the account? What is the number? These are the things which will come up. If you look at a group chart account and the operating chart account, the control data, the bank info, everything remains more or less the same. Now there are basically two segments in a GL account. They will have a chart of account segment and you will have a company code segment. The chart of account segment is very basic information. It is the number, it is what the long description is, what is the short description, whether there's any consolidation data required. In the company code segment, you will have a lot more. You'll have control data, you'll have bank interest, you'll have other information. So when we go into a GL account in the screen, we will see what each segment covers. Now, we have document types and number ranges. Another point too, anything we enter in SAP, we need to use a document type. So document types classify business transactions per nature. In either it's an invoice, a credit note, a payment, a reversal, an outstanding statement. The document type will tell us exactly what I'm supposed to use this particular document for. So there is when we are going further into SAP, we will be looking at document controls. Document types controls a lot of activities and functions and functionalities in SAP. So we need to understand what document types are and how they are used. Number ranges. In SAP, number ranges can be either internal or external. They can be year-dependent number ranges, or they can be document types assigned to number. It can be pretty open. So, example, internal number range, the system will take the last number used and create the next one. If it's an external number range option, you have to input the number range yourself. So that option is there in SAP. You can make your number ranges year dependent. So you start the year with 1, you end it with 10,000. Then when you open the next fiscal year or next financial year, you restart at 1. That is one way of maintaining number ranges. Another way of you start with 1 and continue. So when you come to the next financial, you have reached 10,000 in 31st of December. 1st of Jan, you can carry on with 10,001. It will not be dependent on the year. The number range will continue until you finish all the numbers. Not the best way of working, but that option is also there in SAP. Now we have what is called posting keys in SAP. So there are a number of posting keys. As FICO consultants, these are few of the basic ones. So posting key 01 is for account type customers. 01, 11, 9, 19 are for customers. 21, 31, 29, 39 are for vendors. 40, 50 are for general ledger, debit, credit. Assets, we use 70 for debit entries, 75 for credit entries. For a customer, 01 for debits, 11 for credits, 9 for debits, 19 for credits. As you can see on the left end column, 01 is for customer invoices. 11 is for customer credit memos. Usually you have a credit memo against an invoice. So the debit is the invoice, the credit is the credit memo. Same for vendors. A credit memo is a debit, the vendor invoice is a credit. So the posting keys depend on the account type, and you cannot use posting key 40 to create a credit entry in the general ledger. When you use posting key 40, you are going to be debiting a ledger account. So at the back end of SAP, anything you do is the data is accumulated in a table. So the company codes are all company codes that are created in the system, you will find in table T001. Company is T880. Fiscal year T009. Fiscal year variant periods are T009B. So these are some of the SKA1, SKB1. These are the important tables for a finance resource to remember.
The special periods that we use, 13 to 16, right?
Yeah.
So is there a specific thing to use those?
No. SAP gives you the option of having 4 additional posting periods, 1 to 4 additional posting periods, up to 16. You can use not use them at all, or you can say, I just need 1. I will close my financial accounts, and in the first special posting period, I will do all my audit-related entries. So you can just have 1 for that. Or you can break it up, say in the first special posting period, I will do all my closing activities and reconcile my books of accounts. In the second posting period, I'll make sure that I do all my sub-ledgers are reconciled with the general ledger. In the third posting period, I will be doing my inventory valuation, all my valuation, and all the valuation entries I will post in the third posting period. My foreign exchange valuation, my stock valuation, all that, my physical and inventory, whatever adjustments I have to make, I will make in the third special posting period. And say all my audit requirements which the auditors have come up with, I will do in my fourth. That is one way of using the special posting period, but it is open. You can use it, you don't need it, you don't use it, or you can have it or you don't have it. What exactly are you going to be doing in each depends on the company and what the company's requirements are. Do all of you all have, except one, everyone should have this screen, this is called the SAP Logon GUI. Can everyone see the GUI?
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, yes.
So this is what we call the SAP GUI. It is the latest GUI 770. It is basically the graphical user interface. So everyone should have set this up. If you go to edit, this is how you would have set it up. You would have the customer application, you name the server. They have given you all this data, you have to fill in this data. Okay, now for ZaranTech, if you double click it, it will take you to your logon page. So all those with this GUI, have you been able to log into the system? So when you log into your system, SAP will take you to what is called the SAP Easy Access screen. Can you see my SAP Easy Access screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is the screen where all transactions, where all the users input data into SAP. You have, if you are from finance department, you will be in accounting, financial accounting, general ledger. Over here, you have your document entries. So you enter a GL document, or you enter a Parker document, or you enter incoming payment, or you make an outgoing payment. This is where it will all be done from. All right. So if you are in the GLs, you will come here. If there's anything to be done in accounts receivable, like creating an invoice or creating a credit memo or making a payment, it will be done in the SAP Easy Access screen. This is basically for transactions. Now, as SAP consultants, you all will be doing more than what a SAP user will be doing. So to get to that screen, we type in SPRO. This is a command box. So just type SPRO and hit enter. It will bring you to this screen. Then go to SAP reference IMG and click on it. This is the IMG screen. This is the screen in which we do all our configurations and customizations. So for a FICO resource, as an FICO consultant, this is where we will be. So when we are looking at configuring the SAP system, there are parts that it flows in a certain synergy. So you create an organization structure. That would be the first step. Next step, you'll create master data. In the third step, you have your transaction data, and then you have your reports and information system. So you need first an organization structure to create an organization structure in SAP. Next, based on the organization structure, you create your master data. Based on the master data, whether it's a GL, vendor, material, or customer, you will create your transaction data. Based on the transaction data you have in the system, you will get your reports. So when we are in the customization screen for the first part, especially with the organization structure, we will first create, we will define. After we create and define, we will then assign. That is how it works with SAP. So you have enterprise structure, you have definition, you have financial accounting. So define a company, define a credit control area, define a company code, define business areas. Now, 2 points over here I will go over. Define a company and a company code. So what is a company and what is a company code? So company code is the smallest unit, independent financial unit you can have. Now, if I'm looking at this, this is an execute button, and this is the documentation which is available on that particular document or area. So if you click on it, it will open to a document. It takes a bit long. So that action is define a company. In this step, you create a company. So in SAP, what do we call a company? Let us take a group of companies like, say, the Tata Group of companies. So the Tata Group of company will have multiple companies under it. So we can define Tata Group as a company, and all the other Tata companies like Tata Motors, Tata Mobiles, Big Basket, all the other will be company codes, and each company code will be assigned to the company which is Tata Group. Do you all get that? That is the difference between a company and a company code. So this is where you all will be working. All right. Now going to the presentation, I want you all to keep both screens open. So you all will. So what we'll do now is define definition of a company, definition of a company code, assign a company to a company code. Like I said, in SAP, when it comes, we will first define or create something. Once we have defined and created it, we will then assign it. So let's see how to define a company. So when a project is started, a group name of the company, SAP company, should be defined. So this is normal. If you look at the document I sent you, you will see something like this. Customizing, IMG implementation guide, execute project, IMG button, enterprise structure, definition, financial. This is the path you have to take. So if I'm looking at the path I'm going to have to take, it is IMG, SAP IMG. Next step is enterprise structure. Next step is definition. Next step is financial accounting. Define a company. If I go to new entries, I can fill in, say my company name is AA10. The company name is AA LLC. Then I have to give the address, the language key. This is a drop-down menu, so it pops up, and you can choose the language key you want. So if you're in France, you choose French. If you're in, or you can choose the general language English. So EN is English. Your country, you can pick up the country of your company from here. I'm just picking up India for now. These are free flowing. It will not stop you. For currency, I pick up now. I can just type if I know what it is, INR, which is Indian rupee. This is how a company is created in SAP. All right. Clear, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. So when I've given you that list, I've given you that document. So let's, this is coming in the way. Can anyone open the document? If you open the document I sent you on the enterprise structure. Now, I've covered a few additional points in this document. So in this document, I just want you all to just have a look at what it is in red. All right. So this is my command window. We will look at a client. What is a client in SAP? So a client is where all the application, the customization data, the user master records are all maintained. So if you type SCC4 in your command window, this is the client which is here. I'm just looking at client 001. This details screen, if I click on, this is the display details. I'm going to details. So this is what information is available in the client. What is the client? What is the name, city? You see this currency here? Now this depends, the group currency depends very much on what you set up for you at a client. So what I want you all to do is when you all are, before you all start any configuration, I'd like you all to have a go into these transactions, have a look at it, take a screenshot of it, put it into the document I've sent you. And that will be the document which you will keep as a reference. Now, next step is I'm going to check on the countries defined in SAP. I'm going to look at Australia. So the country key is 800. That is the ISO standard, the name of the country. What is the vehicle country key? What is the language of the country? What is the currency? Is it a euro currency or not? What is the ISO code for Australia? Is AU. What is the address format? The date format, the decimal format. Each country, not all countries use day, month, year. Not all countries use the decimal point. Some of them use a comma. Depending on the requirements of the country, that is set up here. So go into, say, any country and take a screenshot of the screen and put it into your document. Gives you an idea of what information is required. All right.
So it's mentioned like hard currency USD for Australia. So does it mean that the group currency is USD, like the reporting currency is USD?
The countries, the regions, the client, these are things you will not have to touch as a FICO, because SAP has defined every other country according to the ISO standards. So what is the postcode length? What is the accepted decimal points for how are they maintained? Is it a full stop? Is it a comma? What is the normal date format used? That is already set up by SAP. It is defaulted in the system. So when you're doing a company code, let's go now to define a company. You all have seen that screen. So when you go in there, these are the information you will require. So I have, in the document I've sent you, just set up what you intend to enter in a company. All right. So what will be your company name? What will be the address? What will be the postcode? So save the company information. Once the information is saved, SAP will generate a transport request with a key number. Now, every time you configure something in SAP, a certain table is being updated in the background. Now, SAP has an option. If you're doing something, you remember we had done the uh, different instances, development, production, quality. So we customize, we do it in the development server. Once we have tested it, we will move it to another server, quality. In quality, we will ask the client to test and check to make sure it is working as per their requirements. Once the client has approved and said, yes, this works as per our requirement, we move it to production, which is the live system, and everyone works on it. Now, whatever we do, like you Word document or an Excel, it is saved. In SAP also, when you do something, you have to save it. When you save it, you get a transport request. So you have to enter a transport request. What is it you're doing? They'll tell you what is the transport request number, what is the nature of the transport request. You save it. So any configuration you do is saved in a transport request, and then it is transported from one system to another. So you don't have to keep doing it every time. So if I create a company code in a development system, I save it in a transport request. When I move the transport request from development to quality, whatever configuration I've done will move into the quality server and it will be replicated there. So at the final stage of any configuration you do, you will get a transport request. That transport request, save, take a screenshot of it, put it at the bottom of your get into the habit of doing it, because the transport request is very important when you're working in the real life. Because without knowing whatever you have done, whatever configuration, customization you've done will be saved in a transport request. If you have not noticed that transport request and asked the basis person to transport it to the next, it will just lie in the development server where you created it. So, because if you don't you have to keep track of your transport requests. Now, company code. Enterprise structure, definition. So let's go into the company code over here. The menu path is SPRO. Reference IMG. Enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, copy, edit, delete, company code. You come here, you execute. In SAP, what we normally do is double click on now these are the companies set up. The SAP has certain standard setup, like they said 01 is SAP AG. They should also have a 1000. And if you go down further, you should find one that is specific to India or the country which you are. Best run is the standard. So position tells me, allows you to do a search or a sort. So I'm going to open UK. So basically the company is company code data, name of the company, city, country, currency, language key. I have an option here. Either I can go to a new entry, create it from scratch. There's not much to enter, or I can copy. I can copy as and rename everything as per my requirements. Best to use copy as. Okay, I don't think they have given us copy, edit, delete company code. They have not given authorization for that. So it's not taking me into the screen. We'll have to check with them to give us that because we have to create over here. So that is where we go to create a company. This is the address we need. So when we come to this step, we enter this data, we save the information, a new screen will open, company, you will see this data. Once complete all the data, press enter and the system will generate a transport request. Now, once you've created a company and you created a company code, the next step is to assign the company to the company code. So how do we do that? We are back in this. This is your definition. We'll go to the assignment, financial accounting. Over here we assign. So this is a simple matter. If you created a company, you'll come to this screen. You can just scroll down to find what is the company code you created, and you can enter the data here. So suppose you have created a company code here. You can just come to company and you'll enter your company, whatever the company is, you just enter it over here. And you have assigned your company to your company code. So in the same way, a business area. This is the screen for the business area. I'll just go straight into the system here. Double clicking on the execute button, I'll go to new entry and I'll put, say, business area 001. Retail, and I save it. That will be one business area. 0002. Wholesale. So I can have retail, wholesale, I can have original equipment, and I just save it, I will get a transport request.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which financial statement shows company income and expenses? Option A, balance sheet. Option B, cash flow statement. Option C, income statement. Option D, profit and loss statement. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing finances? Our SAP FICO on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FICO on ECC. It's like a toolbox for handling financial records and controlling costs in your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP FICO on ECC Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
We saw how to define a company code. Keep the document I sent you all. Everyone has that document, the configuration document?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep that handy because the pathways, everything to it are over there. So when you all have your access, you all can start by creating a company.
I tried creating. I have posted my document with screenshots as you have mentioned.
All right.
Posted below your document wherein you have mentioned where we can add the files.
Okay.
Few things I was able to do it. So.
Okay, we will have a look at your document.
Sure.
Since yours is the first document. So defining a company code is a step you'll need to take. Can anyone tell me what is a company in SAP? We went through it. An example of a company.
I think you said Tata Group, where all the different subsidiaries of Tata reside.
Perfect. So, quite often SAP consultants get tripped up when it comes to explaining what a company is and what a company code is. So a company is, you could say, the group, the head of the group. The company codes are all the entities under this group, which are independent and have their own legal setup. So we define a company, we define a company code. Then next step is to assign the company to the company code. Now, the next is a business area. A business area is an area of operation or an area of responsibility. So if a company has two business areas, one in Hyderabad and two in Bangalore, this slide is how the postings will happen. Now, a business area, you notice you define a company, you assign a company. You define a chart of account, you assign a chart of account. In a business area, you define the business area, but nowhere will you be assigning it. So the business area is derived by the system based on various criteria. So just remember that a business area is something the system will derive. The same businesses can use. So if you have multiple company codes, the same business area can be used by every one of those company codes if that is how the system is to work. Now, chart of accounts, we saw this. All company use the same chart of account. Second option, each company code has its own set of books. So you have two options when you are looking at multiple companies. Either you can have one chart of account, which is one list of GL accounts, and every company in the group uses it. Or you can have a very company-specific chart of account. So each company will have its own list of GLs. But you will find in real life, whenever there are multiple companies under one banner, all of them tend to use the same chart of account. It makes it easier when it comes to consolidation. Now, like I told you earlier, SAP gives you the option of copying and replacing the values and modifying it. So when you all are picking up a chart of account, if your company code is set up in India, you all can pick up the standard SAP delivered Indian chart of account and rename it to your chart of account. If your company you're setting up in US or UK, you can, and your company code is say in Great Britain, pick up the system generated account, chart of account for Great Britain, copy it and rename it to your chart of account. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So when what is the chart of account process? It's a 4 alphanumeric characters that name it. So you name it, say 1000 or ABCD. That is the first step. Second step is you give a description of the chart account. Chart account of ABC Limited Group. So you choose a chart of account type, whether it's an operating chart of account or a group chart account. You will choose it's an operating chart account. What language will it be maintained in? SAP allows you to maintain your system in almost every language used today. So you have a choice of choosing English or Chinese or French or Belgium. And the length of the GL account. Do you want your GL accounts to be 8? Do you want it to be 6? Do you want your GLs to be 4? For the purpose of this class, try and put your chart account at 6 and don't lead in with zeros. Okay? So when you're creating a chart account, think of your balance sheet. So as your balance sheet is, the placement is, keep the GLs mapping to how you would set up your balance sheet. So assets will be 1 and keep going down the line for each asset accordingly. So say if your chart account is 8 digits, so start with 1 and that will be all your asset account. Then 1 1 can be your cash liquidity accounts. 1 2 can be your fixed asset accounts. Think about that when you're creating your chart of account. Because just remember, when you're working on a system, a company will just dump their GL accounts on you. It is for you to bring a logic and rationale to how you're going to set it up. So you need part of the job of a consultant is to think. People who have worked in finance or worked in accounts department tend to find this process a little easier than those who are like freshers coming out of college, never worked before, and joining a company. Part of the job of a SAP consultant is to leverage the knowledge they have of accounts and finance and put it in sync with SAP's delivering and deliveries. So you understand SAP functionalities, but you must be able to leverage your knowledge of finance accounts. So this is the part 2. How a chart of account is created. You have to go to SPRO, financial accounting, general ledger, GL accounts, master data preparation, edit chart of account list. Now, can anyone tell me from this class when we log into SAP, what are the options we have? After we've logged in and the 2 main screens which we reviewed, can anyone tell me about that? The 2 screens?
Yes, one is SAP Easy Access.
Yes.
And the other one is SPRO, wherein the consultants work. And from Easy Access, it is the end user who works.
Okay. There'll be consultant works also in the Easy Access, but the Easy Access is more for transaction. The SPRO or the IMG screen, as we call it, is where we do our configuration. So the next step is to assign the company code to the chart account. I'm just running through some of the things we did. What is account groups? Now, account group is a summary of GL accounts based on criteria that affects how a master record is created. So if we have account group, we can have it very simply. 2 account groups only, P&L and balance sheet. Very simple. Many companies use this system. Big companies like Novartis, they have multiple account groups. But other big companies like PMI have just 2 accounts group. Either a GL account is a balance sheet account or a profit and loss account. But depending on what the business requirements are, you will set up your account group. You can have account groups like general expenses, office expenses. You can have as you drop your profit and loss account, you can use those headings to create account groups. It depends very much on what a company wants. But the account group is very important because the account group controls the number interval under which a GL account is to be created. So if you are creating a bank and you have a separate account group for bank accounts, the number range will be dictated by the account group. The screen layout of a GL account in a company code specific area. Now, What is a screen layout? A screen layout is the screen you enter, and it tells you, okay, if you are going to create a balance sheet account, these are the screens, these are the fields which you have to fill in. If it is a profit and loss account, this is the information you'll have to enter in the fields. This is what an account group controls. The account group will also control whether or not what information is to be filled in, whether it's required, whether the information is optional, or whether it is just there for information purpose. So then account group is basically an important feature when you're creating your GL accounts. So over here, they have given an example by creating GL accounts in SAP. All liability accounts will start with 1. All asset accounts will start with 2. All income accounts will start with 3. All expenses account will start with 4. This is not the standard. It is one way of doing it. Now, a retained earning account. The account group is a summary of all accounts based on criteria that affects how a master record is created. This determines the number interval for which the account number is selected when the GL account is created, the screen layout for creating GL accounts in a company code specific area. Now we have two areas, company code specific and client level. Now, if you are company code at a client level means any other company code in the system can use the information which you have put in at client level. That is, that at client level means available to everyone in the system. Company code specific level means you have to only that particular company code can utilize this particular feature or this information. So there's client level and company code level. Client level is the higher level. So when you're also doing your configuration on and off, you will get this is cross client, be extra careful. Because certain configurations which you do are available right through the system. So if one of you do it, that same configuration will be available to any of the other participants also. So be careful when you're doing. Just remember, you must track what you're doing in the system, so you're only accessing it. You don't, by accident, modify somebody else's work. So a retained earning account at the end of the year, all the profit and loss account balances have to be transferred to a surplus in reserves and surplus account. All balance sheet items should be carried forward to the next year to the same account opening balance. So all of you all have worked, so you all know what it is, but you have to define a retained earning account. You can have multiple retained earning accounts. It's not necessary to keep one. Many companies have 2, 3 retained earning accounts for different purposes. So the choice is one retained earning account or multiple earning account. Both are supported by the SAP system. But when you all are doing your work, just create one for training purpose. Create one, and when you all are on your own and practicing, then you all can try to create use a company code with 2 retained earning accounts. So the chart of account, you press enter, P&L account statement, account number, X means selection, and you just save it. It will give you a warning message like account this is not created in chart of account PSL. Ignore the warning and press enter and save. So yesterday we talked about fiscal year. So you have April to March and 4 special periods. So you can have calendar year or you can have non-calendar year. So we talked about the account shift. You have to mention how the periods are done. The special posting periods, normal, what are they used for? We discussed that. Some additional notes. So what is an enterprise structure? I've gone company and company code. So a company is defined in SAP as an organization unit in accounting that represents a business organization according to requirements of commercial law of the country. What are credit control areas? What are segments, which we'll come to later? What are profit and loss, business areas, functional areas, finance? So this is what, it's just a basic little extra notes for you all to work on. You all are supposed to take this document and build on it for your own purpose. Now, for the functioning of a finance department, you must have a company and company code. For the functioning of sales and distribution, you need to have a sales organization, distribution channel, division, sales office, and sales group. If we look at it from SAP, from the functionality of the purchase department or material management, you must have purchase organization, purchase groups, storage locations, warehouses. For manufacturing department, you need to have a plant. For logistic departments, you need shipping points. Now, these are the requirements to leverage the various functionalities of SAP. Now, if we look at SAP, it is the organizational structure of SAP is set up in a hierarchy. So on top, you will have company, then you'll have company codes. Below company codes, you'll have sales organizations, you'll have purchase organizations, you'll have plants. So it is set up in a hierarchy, and this hierarchy basically gives you an idea of how the FI, SD, and MM, sales and distribution material management, will look if you look at it from a hierarchical point of view. So on the top, you have a group which is the client, then you have the company codes, you have plants, you have sales organization, distribution channels, division, and storage locations. Now, just remember, in the document I sent you, I've given you all certain extra fields, like plants. That is not for you all to do now. That is for when you are practicing on your own, or you all have additional time. You all can look into those configurations. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. Because basically, as a finance FICO consultant, you need to know a little bit more of how the organization and the other modules are set up, because you're very much part of how they will set up their system. So a little bit of knowledge of what they are doing is also helpful for finance. Okay. Have any of you all reviewed the sites I had sent you on, the list of sites?
I have went through few.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Those sites you
few.
will find quite helpful when it comes to configuration.
Yeah. So you can see there below sample configuration document over there below. I have posted.
I have. Okay.
In
discussion. Under discussion.
Yeah, discussion board.
I'm finding enterprise structure which I had set up for you all, need server access, and no, yours are not coming up.
You want me to share the screen?
Yeah, please. So you have been able to create a company?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I created a company with the name Polo Group. Then I created two company codes, Polo Mega Store and Polo Glass Stores Limited. Then I created business area, Polo Mega Store Delhi, Polo Mega Store Pune, and then Polo Glass Delhi, Polo Glass Pune.
Okay.
After that, I was able to assign company code to company.
All right.
Then I could define fiscal year, and I assigned company code to fiscal year variant.
All right. So far, so good.
And then I was able to do credit control area.
Okay.
That is it.
All right, good enough. Anyone else has been able to do anything? Okay, who would like to share their screen? Who has access right now?
Yeah,
don't open SAP right now. Share your screen and then do the log on, so everyone gets to know how the log on is to be done. All right. So share your screen and then click on the SAP GUI to log on.
Okay.
Okay. So those of you who don't have SAP access, just see how he's logging on. You haven't set up your server yet?
Yeah, I have done, but every time it asks for these details, I have checkmark this particular option,
Uh-huh.
but still it prompts for this every time when I log in.
Put in on the discussion board that it is not taking it, or maybe you're not saving it. Anyway, carry on. Okay, just stop here, Lawrence. Now, as you can see, you have a client on top, 800, user. Now, this is the SAP Easy Access menu, which is where transactions are done for. Type in SPRO. This is a command box. Type in SPRO, enter. Now, click on SAP IMG. This takes you to the configuration and customizing menu. Okay. Now, this is your customizing menu. We will be interested in enterprise structure, which is down there. Yeah, click on it. Definition. Now, here is where you define all your financial structures, your controlling, your logistics, sales, and distribution. Go up to NetWeaver and click on NetWeaver. SAP NetWeaver.
I'm just looking for that.
It is just above enterprise structure.
Yeah.
Go to general settings.
Okay.
And now set countries. So there are two buttons here. So on define company, click on the extreme left icon. Just next to define countries in SAP, my SAP system.
Okay.
You'll find two, no, not the box, the icon.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. Now this, when you click this, it will give you the information on what this particular customization or this particular node is about. Now this node which we have clicked on is define countries in SAP. So this is the documentation which SAP has made available for this particular node. All right. Everyone seen that? Okay, click out of this. You can just X out. Yeah. Now execute that hourglass, the watch is an execute button. Click on that. Double click. Now go to position. Now your country say we want India. So just type IN. Yes.
Continue.
And IN is there. So Lawrence, when you're setting up your company code, what country would you be using?
IN?
IN?
Yes.
You're based out of India and you're going to set everything of yours India, right?
Correct.
Correct. So double click on, just select India, IN.
Okay.
The little, yes. And you go up to the, no, don't enter. At the right hand side, you will have some icons, right? So the first icon is save.
Yes.
Second icon is change.
Yes.
The third icon is display for details. So click on details.
Okay.
Okay. Now this is delivered by SAP itself. This is standard. It is done on the basis of the international standard code. So ISO codes. So alternative country code. Try not to change this because this is very important. Because what is done here, every time the system has to look for something to do with India, it will come here first and see what are the requirements. So as you can see, the name is India. If it was, say, Great Britain, UK, then the long name will be United Kingdom of Britain, Wales, Ireland, and everyone. That is the long name, commonly known as England. So nationality Indian. So that is there. The trade short name, the ISO code is IN. The ISO 3 character code is IND. Come down a bit. If you see the date format and a decimal format, in India we use units, tens, hundreds, thousand, 10,000. The commas are 1 lakh. So this is where you define. Not all countries use this decimal format. Some countries use, instead of the full stop, they use a comma. So this is where you define it. The date. In India, we manage the date as DD, MM, YYYY. European countries have month, date, year. Some countries have year, month, date. So depending on what is the particular system in a country, this is where you define it. So everything to do with that country. If I have to send a letter to a vendor in that particular country, it will take the format accordingly. All right? Come out of this, back. Take a screenshot of it and put it in your document. Don't take a print screen, use a snipping tool or something, so you don't get additional information. Okay, so you can just take a screenshot, make it smaller so when you read it, it can be, and you can keep it in the document. See, your screenshot has too much on it, so try and make it concise. See, the white areas are not needed. So,
Okay.
Okay, that's for later. Okay, go back to the SAP, please. Okay, go. You can exit this screen using exit or cancel. No,
Okay.
exit. Yeah, or cancel again. Now go to currency.
Currency. Okay.
Check currency codes. You can double click on that.
Okay.
Double click on the execute button.
Execute button.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first time we did the notes is just for everyone to see what are the options available. Now check the currency button, double click it. All right. Pick up any currency, either US, India, dollar, anything. Okay. Now check the details. Select it and check the details. So this is the Indian rupee. The ISO code is INR. Alternative key is 356. Currencies have, anyone can tell me why you have validity date with the currency from your accounting knowledge? Can anyone explain that?
Yes, and for the exchange rate purpose?
No, validity until basically is not some currencies are expiring currencies. Have any of you all heard of expiring currencies? Many of the European countries have expiring currencies. Most of them have expired because of the EU. So you can set a country, say the Greek currency is set to expire on this date when the people of Greece will take up euro. So that is basically, this is where it is used. Okay, exit the screen. Write out. So nothing for you all to do here because SAP has already set up everything. Now go to check exchange rate types. So these are the standard SAP exchange rate type. Go to M, position and M. M is the standard. Select M and go into the details. Just double click it.
No, not functioning.
Okay, the details not going.
Yes.
Okay, go into new entry screen. Now, when you're setting up an exchange rate, these are what you have. You have to give the exchange rate, what is the usage, reference currency, the buying rate, selling rate. All this is done over here. Since we will be using M, which is the standard, we won't be doing anything here. So cancel. So if you have to set up a exchange rate, this is where you do it. Exit again, cancel again.
Sam, I do have a question here. So whenever we are setting up something here in the new entries, so we do have three options here, if you see.
Yeah.
So what are these options? Like I see this is fixed, and what about these two here?
Okay. Now, simplest way in SAP when you are looking at a configuration which you're not, go back, cancel and go back.
Okay,
Go to an option which is already done.
this one. Exchange rate. Sorry.
No, you have to copy it as.
Okay.
So when you copy as, you will get an idea of what those, yes. Because it will basically look and it will bring you here. Exit from the screen. We will come,
Okay.
when we are doing currencies, we will come into this in a little bit more details.
Okay.
Exit again. Okay. Now, all of you need to just go down this list once when you'll have some time and just check. Don't do anything here. Just familiarize yourself with the information over here. Just close down the set countries, drop the menus, and let's go to enterprise structure. Yeah, close down NetWeaver. Now go to financial accounting definition. And have you defined your company?
Yes, I have done that.
Okay. So let's go into yours.
Like this is the one which I have created. This is the
Okay.
company part.
All right. So open it up now with the, let's see the details. Okay, SAP most likely in most cases will not allow you to put in a postal code for an Indian or US company, which is not right. The postal code has to exist. It will reject it, otherwise it will say too many digits. All right, very good. This is very simple step. So Dean, suggestion to you all is when you are setting up companies or company codes in SAP, attempt to use numbers rather than alphabets. What you will find in the real life is when you use numbers, if you're trying a report or sorting or the system tends to work much faster when you use numbers than when you use alphabets or alphanumeric numbering. All right. That is something that you should keep in mind even when you're proposing to your clients later down the line. Okay, exit from this. Okay, exit again. So that is a company created. Anyone has any confusion as to what they will be doing when they define a company? Anyone? Okay, next step, go to define credit control area. Have you defined a credit control area?
Oh, not yet.
So when you're defining a credit control area, SAP has given certain standards. So you can always look for if there's first a standard for India in the system.
Okay.
You can just pick up that and copy it and rename it as your credit control area. So that's one, or you can go to new entries and start fresh. For the beginning of, as you're starting out in SAP, it is always better to utilize what is in the system. And the next time when you're practicing, you create fresh. All right?
Yes. So here, can I just search here like INR or IN?
You can try and see whether, type India and see. This will not be INR or, and just do a search. Nothing is selected right now. No, that is standard. Someone has copied the standard over there. So see whether US or any European big country is there, use one of them. Yeah. No, don't take that. Someone has, that is set up by a student, a participant actually. Take IDS. Anything normally starts with IDES in the SAP system is a SAP delivered one. So take 8500.
800, okay.
Okay, copy it as. Now new entry or copy as. Now just rename this. Turn 8500 into yours. What you're choosing. You're choosing Dean right now, right?
Yeah.
Try and keep everything in sync. So credit control area of Dean.
And I do also have to change the currency here.
Yes. INR. That IDIS, that's okay. IDIS, Australia changed to credit control area Dean.
So
Yes.
my company code and my credit control area will be the same?
You actually try and synchronize everything to keep everything in sync. So if you are using a certain numbering methodology, you want to keep it in sync so no one has any confusion. So if my company code is say 1001 and my credit control area is ABCD and my chart of accounts is XYZ, there's no synergy between it, right? So to maintain a synergy, if you're using numbering, we try and keep the main areas, the top of our hierarchy, the same.
Okay.
So that way it is easier to link it. So if I set my company as 1000, so my company code I'll start with 1010. And anything to do with 1010 company code, I will, if I possible, I will use 1010 or something within that range. So I can link it all up faster.
But
just remember, there's been thousands of configurations done. So you need to have these little shortcuts to find what you want faster.
But after naming the same convention, still we have to assign it, no?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. But when you look at a credit control area, like if he's done his Dean, if he chosen XYZ over here, he'll have to assign XYZ to 1000. And when he's working on the system, he'll be always working in a company code. So if the company code starts with 2000 and everything under that company code starts with 2000, when he's searching, he can just put 200 star and everything with towards what's linked to his company will probably come up faster.
Yes, yes. All right.
It's just a naming conventions. You have to choose what will be the best going forward, the fastest, what will make the work easiest.
Okay.
Okay, change the IDS Australia to your company.
But I think this is grayed out. It will not allow me.
No, it shouldn't be. You done a change, no?
Sorry, sir.
Did you press enter or anything?
No, I did not.
Oh, if you haven't pressed enter, you should be allowed to change it.
Should I redo this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll click on the cancel now.
Yeah. Otherwise, go to new entries. Let's just go to new entry because this is not a very complicated screen. You can put it in over here. Put your credit control area, INR. This is how it will update. You can go to the checkbox and see the options you have available. Yeah, the drop-down menu. So no update. Everyone, we normally choose 12. So
Okay,
open order at the on-time access delivery and billing document value. This is how the credit will be taken. This will be only open delivery. So take 12. The general practice is for everyone to take 12. They take all those into consideration. Now, since you're India, pop it up. We can always come back and change this. We will use fiscal year. We go to V because V tends to be all April to March.
Okay.
So I'm looking at a non-calendar. I'll be picking up the standard SAP variant. K is the calendar year variant. V is the non-calendar year variant, April to March. So we will. What you can do is pick up V3, which is the standard SAP variant, April to March with 4 posting periods.
4 posting periods. Okay.
Special posting period. So select that. Okay. Next, you don't have to just go up there and and just name it.
But this field is still grayed out.
Okay. Just press enter.
Okay.
And save.
Okay, save.
Save, yes. Now, this is what you call a customizing request. Every time this is like saving a document. So go to, scroll down the bottom icons.
Bottom icons, okay.
Yeah, the plus the green tick, the glasses.
Mhm.
That is display object. Next, don't, okay, carry X out of it. Go to the next icon. And no, don't touch, go to the next one. Now this is create a request. So click on create a request. Okay, now put over here company code, credit control area.
Okay.
And give your user ID or part of whatever it is.
Yes.
Okay, and now you can save it. And just take a screenshot of it. When you're in, always the request number you need to copy and keep at the side when you do any configuration in real life. So make a habit of it. Pick up and paste it to your document. It's a habit you must form because this tells you, because once you have done it, you have to transport it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now say enter. All right. Now you can exit from this. The data has been saved. Okay. Now go to edit, copy, delete, check company code. Double click on copy, edit, delete company code.
Okay.
You're working in a test system now, so you can be as adventurous as you want.
Okay.
Be diffident. So if you want to see something, go ahead and do it. You might not have that when you're working in a live system, but while you're in a training system, please explore. Let your curiosity go wild. So double click, copy, edit, check company code.
No, like you have to again double click on this execute button.
Yeah, first always double click. Now over here, double click on this. The first option you have.
Okay.
I'm not sure why then exit from this. Click edit company code data. Okay. You want an Indian company, so go to the best run normally in this system is the SAP standard. So see if you can find the best run for India.
Okay.
That will most likely be the best run India. Yeah, there.
Best run India.
Select it. Go to details.
Okay.
Up here. Change next one should be the details.
Yeah. Okay. This is the one.
Okay. Go to detail. Yes. Pick it up.
And then I'll have to again select the company.
Yeah.
Right?
You have to select India and go to details.
Yeah. Best run India.
Yeah.
Details.
So this is what they have set up for company code. Best run India details. You can just copy this.
Okay. So I'll have from this screen I'll not be able to copy.
Yeah,
I'll
you
have
go
to
back.
come.
Go back.
Okay.
Now from your see if you have an option to copy. There should be an option to copy.
No.
The copy change. Go there.
Where? Sorry.
Just the first icon.
Okay.
Just click on it. Not begin. Okay. Go to new entries.
Yes.
Type in your company code will be Dean, I suppose.
Yes.
Put in your company name. The same address data you have given for your company will be here.
So here I'll have to select INR.
INR.
And language EN.
EN. Okay. Now save it. Now before you have to fill in now the addresses.
Okay.
Okay. Now this will need more information. So you can come out of the screen. Okay.
Is here?
Yes. Do you want to exit maintenance? Yes. Cancel it. Because you haven't finished it. You can do it carefully. Exit. X. Yeah, the X. Okay. Exit. Exit is on the right hand side. Yeah. Yes. Say no. No.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can stop sharing. There is absolutely there's nothing rocket science about what we are doing over here. All right. This is very simple. If you follow the system, you can go through it very easily. But just make sure we have to get into the habit while we are doing this is to document everything we do. Very important. In SAP, we must document. And while you're learning, you must, from day one, get into the habit of documenting everything you do on SAP. Because that discipline will help you as you go down the line. All right?
Hey there! Want to get really good at managing finances? Our SAP FICO on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FICO on ECC. It's like a toolbox for handling financial records and controlling costs in your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP FICO on ECC Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
I'll just run through a few slides and then we will have a little chat about what we have done before. So let's talk about the general ledger. We had spoken about what was SAP all about, what was an ERP. We spoke about the organization structure of SAP in terms of SAP FICO consultant's job role. Going to one of the modules, which is the general ledger accounting module. So, how do we create GL master records? We can create chart of account at GL in the chart of account at a chart of account level, at company code level, or centrally. Centrally means you can create it at chart of account level or at company code level. So what exactly does chart of account level mean? At a chart of account level is a general of the total GL. It is general that anyone using the chart of account, any company code using or any business entity using the chart of account can draw on those particular fields. It will be common to every company using the chart of account. So at the chart of account level, you will have the account number, the account group, the company code, whether it's a profit and loss account or a balance sheet item, what is the description, the short text and the long text. Now, anyone using the chart of account will have this already done. At the company code level, that same GL account, the currency can change. So the option is at company code level to add what would be the currency this GL account will be maintained in. Whether the balances will be kept in the currency that the document has been entered in, or the balance will be shown only in local currency. Balance in local currency means company code currency. Is there any tolerance group? What would be a tolerance group? A tolerance group would be the maximum amount of that can be posted to this particular GL account. Line item display, whether this GL will be maintained in totals. So every time you look at this GL general ledger account, it will only show you the total, or whether it would be a line item display. Can anyone give me an example of, in a general ledger, which kind of account would you have line items in? And which account you would not bother with line items? Line item means every single transaction will be displayed when you open and view that particular GL account.
Expense accounts to see all the payment history?
Expense accounts, okay, that could be line item managed.
API accounts.
API, again, what would that full form, please?
Like customer accounts and the vendor accounts.
Would that be line item or would that be totals only?
Line items.
Why would you need customer? From your knowledge of accounts, not from your knowledge of SAP, why would you need in the general ledger line item wise account management in a reconciliation account?
So that would be like a subledger. That's subledger basically.
Yes. So if the subledger has all the line items of the customer, why would you need it also in the general ledger?
No, that's basically the subledger. It's not a general ledger. Right.
Yeah, the thing is, when we are looking at SAP, you must always look at what you have been doing in your job or what you have done in your study. When you have all details already there in the subledger, it would be redundant to have them replicated in the general ledger. So normally a reconciliation account you won't keep as an open item management because you already have details in the subledger.
Right.
Okay. Now you have a sort key. A sort key basically helps you to sort data as per how it is to be kept. SAP has set up many standard sort keys. Normally, no one will create a new sort key. And then you have a field status group. A field status group basically does the job in terms of the general ledger master data. It will tell you what fields have to be filled in before you can save. Or what fields are optional. You either fill in or you don't fill in, the system won't say anything. Or it will say this field can only be displayed. That is what a field status group does. A field status group also tells you what kind of layout the screen will throw up when you enter the general ledger master. Will the screen for a balance sheet GL be the same as the screen for a profit and loss GL? Example. It can be the same, you can have it different. So you can create the GL account on the chart account level. It will be just the basic information. Or at company code level, you can create it with more depth and more details. Or you can do it both at a time. So when you go in centrally to create a general ledger master, it will give you the chart account section as well as the company code section. And you can fill it in together. Normally, when we are doing implementations, we will create the base chart of account at the chart of account level. And every time we go into a specific company and we start creating company codes, we will start extending those GLs to the company code level. So accounts which you all need to create will be a surplus in PL under reserves and surplus group, equity share capital under share capital group, cash account under current assets, loans, advances group. So how do you create a GL? First step in the general ledger is checking the account group to see that the account numbers are allocated. See the account numbers that are allocated or you want to allocate.
Sir, you can go and show on the page now.
Yes, I'll be going into the. I'll just run these slides and then I'll repeat them again in the system. So just that you'll know that this is the flow of how we will be doing it. So your first step is you have to create an account group. After the account groups are created, you have to ensure that the number ranges are allocated to the account group. And then once you have done that, you can come in over here and do it. Now the company code over here they're using is PSL. So let's have a look at this. And then this is just the creation part of the, how do you create a general ledger? Okay, so let's have a look at the system now. Now, when you log in, you will come to this screen. This is the SAP Easy Access screen. Now, this is the SAP Easy Access screen where it is basically the transactional menu where you work all your transactions from. What you all will be interested in is the accounting. And under accounting, you have quite a few things. For currently, we will be looking at only the financial accounting part, which is the general ledger as of now. If you see the magnifying glasses here, those are the search commands. No one actually ever uses this. I have never had to use it in my 20-year career. And this button here, can you see create session? When you click on it, it will open to another session. Now you have two sessions of SAP open. In this one, we type SPRO, we've seen this before, and we go to the IMG reference menu or the customizing menu. So if I hit enter, that is where I'll go.
Your quick access transactional tree is showing your screen where you typed SPRO. It is not on the
Okay,
sharing. Yeah.
And now can you all see the screen? This is the screen where we do all our customizing. Now, before this, we had seen most of our work will be done in the enterprise structure. Under SAP NetWeaver, SAP put a lot of functions under SAP NetWeaver which are general to all modules. So over here, we have certain general settings, you could say. And the only thing which we are interested in is the general setting, where a country code, countries are set, currencies are set, exchange rates are set, calendars are maintained like factory calendars, variant help, that kind, which we do nothing over here, but we just familiarize ourselves with this part of the menu. At the enterprise structure, we saw that in SAP, what we have to do, when we create or define something, we also have to assign it. So we have seen creation of company codes, a company credit control area, business area, functional areas, maintain consolidation business area, not something we're interested in. Maintaining finance management areas, again, not something we're interested in. Defining segments and defining profit centers. This will be the main definitions which a FICO consultant will have to do in the FI area. So we have gone through defining company code, copying and checking company codes. We have not done segments and we have not done profit center. Both tend to come into controlling. Next, we had the financial accounting. We saw assigning of company to company code to credit control area. Anything that we have defined, we'll come here to assign. Now we're going into financial accounting new, financial accounting global settings. This is where you do all your ledgers and define your ledgers, because you can have multiple ledgers, your fiscal year, posting periods, all that is done over here. Over here, you can enter the global parameters of your company. We will go into this a little bit later once you'll have had time to set few things up. And we are General Ledger New. Now, if you look at this menu, General Ledger New, in the earlier versions of before ECC 6, before new GL came in, this particular node was not there. It is only when you activate new General Ledger do you get this menu. So I am now in the menu path, financial accounting. General Ledger New, master data, GL accounts, preparations. Over here, we have the option to revise or edit a chart of account list, assign company code to chart of account, define account groups, define retained earning accounts. These are the few things which we have to do before we can start using the general ledger. So let's go into edit chart of account list first. We saw in the screen before, we have an option of using a standard SAP delivered chart of account, or we can just create our chart of account new from fresh. Now, you see CAAUS, this chart of account Australia is the chart of account delivered by SAP. SAP has delivered, depending on the country's requirement, country-specific chart of accounts, which if I'm doing an implementation in Australia, I can borrow this chart of account and copy it and then modify it to what my client requires. normally these are the standard. INT is normally the standard chart of account, which is an international chart of account, which anyone can use if they want. This INT, this chart of account is the international chart of account. If I have this button, means I have displays. Now, when you're creating a chart of account, these are the fields you'll have to give a code for your chart account. It can be INT. If you have a company, many follow a policy of, if my group company is set up as say 2000, I'll set my chart account also at 2000. If all company codes are using the same chart account, I will keep it at 2000 itself. So there is a symmetry to what I've done. Then is the chart account description, the maintenance language, the length of the GL. This is the important part. The length of the GL account, whether it will be 10 digits, 8 digits, 6 digits, 4 digits, you specify it here. For the purpose of yours, you all can try and change it to say something. We won't be creating so many GLs, so you can keep it at 4. It will help you to move faster. Manual creation of cost elements. Now, everything in FI has to flow into controlling module. How does it flow? It flows through via a cost element. A cost element is basically a pipeline that carries the transactions from FI into CO. So look at the FI as a tank of water and CO as another tank of water. So when I enter something in FI, it fills that tank, but now I have to transfer that part of the water to CO. So there's a pipeline that will carry it through. And that pipeline will open into either a cost center, a profit center, a segment, or an internal order, or a WBS element, a work breakdown schedule. So think of cost elements as pipelines that attach the FI transactions to the CO transactions. All right. Now you have a option of either creating cost elements manually or creating cost elements automatically. Every expense GL will need to flow into CO. So when we create a general ledger account, we must also have a cost element, corresponding cost element created, so that information can flow or the data can flow into CO. So we can do it manually. So every time create a GL account, then come to CO, create a cost element. That is one way of doing it. Another way of doing it is, when you create a GL account, the system will automatically create a cost element, taking the numbering, everything from what you have done. So 2. For the purpose of our exercise, at first, we will just use manual creation of cost elements, so we get the hang of it. Is there going to be a group chart of account? If you have one chart of account which is companies will use for the operational purpose, and for the purpose of consolidation, there will be a group chart account that should be reflected over here. If it is not, your consolidation won't work. So what would be the reason for using a group chart account? It would be at a company's code level, at the business level, you need to specify all your accounts as per the legal requirements, as per the audit requirements, as per the tax requirement. All these areas have to be taken into account when you are working at the company code level. At the group chart account level, you might not, like, for example, at the company code level, you'll want your repairs of all the repairs expenses to be broken up under what the nature of it. So you'll have repairs to buildings, repairs to furniture, repairs to office equipment, repairs to assets. On the other hand, at the group chart account level, you don't need so much details. Over there in the group chart account, you can just have repairs and assign all the repair accounts at the company code level to just one single account in the group chart account. That is one way of using the group chart account. And so every GL you create in your company code has to be assigned to a GL in the group chart account. Over here, you can either block. So if you create a GL and you don't want anyone to use it, or if you're creating a chart account and you don't want anyone to use it, you can block it. So no one uses it until you're finished with it. So you will need to create a chart account. So your option would be to either pick up INT, which is the international, or if you have, there's a US chart account also. You will find a lot of chart accounts created here because the system is being used by many people. So they have all created chart accounts. So just go with the standard, the CA, NA, these kind of ones are. So this chart account is created for North America. So if you want to create, you can go here and display this. And then you have an option of copy as. So when you copy as, you can change all these descriptions. That means basically you will just change the chart account name and the description of the chart account. Everything else will keep the same. The GL account length you will need to put in. So 4, 6, 8, 10, 7, that's up to you. You have to create your GL accounts with as per what you put in here. Okay, going up, we have the chart account. Anyone wants the India chart account? Now, either you can first double click this and go into it, see what it is, and then copy it, or you can just copy directly from here. So if I say copy, I come here, I can say chart account, say Dean, description will be chart account of Dean Group, maintenance language English, GL length, I can change it to 8, manual creation, and a group chart account, we can keep it as console, CONS.
How to create new ones, sir?
So if you want, you can come to new entry here. You can put chart account say 1050, description of chart account. The normal abbreviation of chart account is COA. So you can use COA of Dean. I believe you set up someone has set up Dean as a company, right?
Yes.
Okay. So chart account of Dean or chartered account of ABC Limited. So maintenance language, we will take at English. A GL length, I'm choosing 8. Manual creation of cost elements, I'm going with a manual creation of cost element, and I save it. I will get a transport request. I will note down the transport request and move on. Very simple. Okay, just remember.
I wanted to ask two things.
Yes.
So a chart of accounts wherein you have put 1050 should be my company code so that it remains the same.
Yes.
And the transport request which is created, it will be created every time a new transport request, or it is the first one when we created company and company code?
Okay. Now this depends on what would be the best practice in creating, because what you do here is going to stay with you for a long time while you go into SAP. Now, every time, what we generally recommend most people who have worked, senior people in SAP, we will tell all our freshers, create a new transport request every time you do a customizing. Because each customizing you do will go into certain tables. So let me just save this and see, and I'll go into the transport request. I'm saving this. As you can see, this 901596 is my transport request. So the data was saved. Now what I'm going to do is SE09 is a transaction that takes me to the transport request.
Sir, we can check whether it is created or not.
No, if that comes up, it has been created. You will not always have access to this. It depends. When you have access, you can see the screen. When at project level, normally we won't give someone just coming in access to this screen. So this is SE. Basically, this is where all the transport requests are. You have customizing, you have workbench transport requests, you have modifiable, you have released. All right. So I'm just going. This is ZaranTech user. That is me. So I'm going to display everything that is this user has done, which is modifiable. Okay, as you can see, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this top one, that is considered the parent, and this is the child. Now, below it comes what is the activity done. So as you look, this particular configuration has updated a table that is T004. So every time we are customize something, a certain table is updated. So we say if you're going to be updating different table, then use a new or a fresh or new transport request. That is one rationale which we use when we are looking at transport requests. So advisable, every time you can, for now, since you all are just practicing on the system and this is, you all will be redoing everything you'll do now, once again with better understanding, just create one transport request now for your purpose. Later, when I ask you all to redo everything, then we will create it properly as what we will do in a project. All right. Now, since I'm on this screen, I'll give you all a little. So normally in a project, you will just give this transport request number and you will send it to the basis person and ask him to transport. But in certain projects, they will ask you to release the transport request and then inform the basis person. The basis person is the person who's handling the system. All right. So you do a configuration, you test the configuration, it is right. You come to this particular screen and okay. Do you see this little truck over here?
Yes.
Okay. Now this is the release button. So every time you create a transport request, you will have, it will come almost the same as this. All right. So this is the parent and this is the child. So when they are asked to release it, so the basis person can take it from development to quality, you will come and click over here first, and then you will click on release. Nothing much will happen over here. It will just come like this. And this note will come. Next, you go to the parent. And then you release the parent. Now just see the difference between releasing the child and releasing the parent. When you release the child, you didn't see, not much happened on the screen, except that normal hourglass kind of thing going round. When you release the parent, it will start to compile. See, it has compiled everything and sent it. Now I'm going back. And if I just choose modifiable and I say display, nothing is going to come because it has been released. If I click on released, that transport request will come up. Got that?
Sam, sorry for the interruption. I do have a question here. So what is the major difference between child and the parent here?
The child and the parent. Parent, it's basically, you could say the topic of discussion, and the child is the discussion. So all little things come into that. You could be updating multiple tables over here, or you could have saved 3-4 kind of different customization. It will all come under the child.
Got it. Thank you.
So now you create your chart account. Next, you assign your chart account to your company code. So you have created a company code, you have created a chart account. So suppose you have created a chart account good food. Let's get out of this. You created this Capgemini Tech India. You can come here, the company code, and say you can pick up chart account over here and save it. You have assigned your chart account to your company code. Now, next is your, like I said, your general ledger accounts can be broken up either into profit and loss and balance sheet. In that case, you will just have 2 account groups, but you can have multiple account groups. Now, SAP has set some standard account groups in the system. So you can have fixed assets, A&L, cash, ERG, PL accounts, liquid funds accounts, general ledger accounts, material management accounts. You can have all these account groups. What would they do every time, say you're creating a bank account and you have created an account group, liquid funds account, cash. The number range is from this number range to this number range. You can define a number range here. So every time you create say a bank account, HSBC Bank, master data, the account group you will specify will be cash. And the number range you have to pick up according to what you have defined in this screen. So think about it from your knowledge of accounting, what kind of accounts groups you would like. And before we finish this session, you all can share it with me. Okay? Clear, guys? Ladies?
Yes.
Okay. Just give it some thought, and because whatever we do here, we will have to keep utilizing it for a while. So just think about it. Now I'm going into cash and I'm going to edit field status. Now we had discussed before, the account group will decide, one of the things the account group will decide is the number ranges which will be used and the field status. Now the field status is broken up under account control, management, account management, document entry, financial data, interest calculation, joint venture, and multi-currency accounting. So under account control, when we are creating a GL account, these are the fields that will be updated. So over here we can say the currency, I'm creating a GL account for cash. So I'm creating or let's take a repairs and expenses account. So when I create it, will it be in with the currency? Should I make a currency required entry that every time you create a GL, you have to specify that this will be done in the company code currency or this can be done in foreign currency? So since this is an account group for cash or bank, I'm going to say that every time you enter something in the bank, you need to specify whether it is in the GL account should be maintained in at currency. You have to put in what currency you will be maintaining this bank account in. I can make it a required entry. On the other hand, if it is an expense account, I can say it doesn't matter. End of the day, I just want to see what the total is in my company code currency. So I can make this an optional entry. What would be the reconciliation type? What is the exchange rate difference? These are all optional entries that you can fill in when you're creating it, or you don't fill in. Is there an account number? Is there an inflation key? I don't need an inflation key, so I'll say suppress it. It will be suppressed, and no one will have to fill it in. That is what you have under account control. Then you have account management. Whether you'll manage it on line item basis, whether open item management, whether you need a sort key, whether you need an authorization group, who's going to administrate this account, that you can, over here, everything is a optional entry. But you can decide, I want this at line item basis, I want this at open item management. Now at document entry, reconciliation account ready for input, you don't need that on a daily basis. You can say suppress this field. The steel status group, you say that is a mandatory entry. Post automatically only, you will say optional. And supplement automatic posting, you can make that an optional. That is standard. These fields are standard set up by SAP. You can change as you want. So if you have if you're also using cash management and you're using commitments and cash flow, you would make planning level commitment item a required entry. So when you create a GL, you have to assign it to that particular level of planning. You need to what commitment item is. Is it relevant to cash flow or not? You can make that also as a required entry. What does this mean? It means that every time anyone creates a bank account under this account group cash, they will have to fill in all this information. If they do not fill in this information, they will not be allowed to save. Interest calculation, whether we keep it as optional, it does not matter. Joint venture accounting, if you have joint venture accounting, this is a multi-currency accounting. Whether you're going to allow it or not, it's decided here. Over here, it is suppressed. Now that is now let's have a look at a setup of a PL account. Now this is a general profit and loss account. So when they go under account control, at the bank statement, they said reconciliation account wasn't suppressed. Over here, currency is required. A tax category is required entry. You can make a tax category required here because expenses you might have. What is a reconciliation account? This is a general GL account. It's not a reconciliation account, so you suppress it. Exchange rate difference you can suppress. Inflation key tolerance groups you can suppress. That is generally how it. And under account management, let's look. Line item is optional. Open item management is suppressed because you do want these GLs to be a general ledger account to be for general expenses to be open item managed. A field status group will always be a required entry because that is what determines how you're going to fill in those fields. So when you come here, your job will be to think about what would think of your chart of account. What would be the account groups you would be creating GL accounts under? So whether it will be cash and bank. Let me see if I have something I can show you. I'm sharing with you all on screen a sample of a project I worked on. Can you see the Excel sheet?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now this is a sample of a chart of account. I have modified it a little bit. Okay. So you all can create your something like this. I had used in that project, it was a 6 numbered letter for, we had 6 digits for the GL accounts, the chart accounts. So 1, anything starting with 1, 1, 1, or rather 11 was to do with liquidity. So my petty cash account, my house bank account, my bank accounts were all starting with 1, 1. So you can see here, 111, 000 was petty cash, and the long text, short text was here. Is it a balance sheet account? Yes. The account group for this was balance sheet. Now my bank account started with 113. You will see bank account here, checks issued in, checks issued out. This is, we use it like this. 10 it will be the main account, 11 are the sub accounts for that bank. 11, 12, 13. So checks issued out, checks issued in, received in, wires in, wires out, would be the main account 10, and all the sub accounts under the bank will be 11, 12, 13, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Then my trade receivables were at 121. That's a reconciliation account because this would be attached to the subledger. Down payments. Then I had my inventory accounts, raw material accounts, then depreciation. So first fixed asset accounts, then accumulated depreciation, which is also a balance sheet account. So these are all my balance sheet accounts. Basically, these are the asset side of my balance sheet. All this will come. Then I have my expenses. Electricity, complexity, depreciation, expense accounts would all be under P&L. In this particular project, we just used two account groups. We used balance sheet and profit and loss. The client didn't want more account groups. Let me see if I have a more complicated one to share with you all. Have you all got an idea of what we will be doing in the account group level and what your chart account will look like? So, to create accounts, so just let me get back to the presentation. So we have seen you can create a chart account level, company code level, or you can create centrally. So let's have a look at that on screen also. Over here, I'm going to my SAP Easy Access menu. Financial accounting. I'm going to financial accounting, general ledger, master records, GL accounts. So here's the option. We have individual processing, collective processing, display, change. Under you have centrally FS00, chart account, company code. So let's have a look at chart account first. So when I say chart account level, these are the GLs, these are the account groups. This is the screen that comes up. You have description, so GL account number, chart of account, what is the GL account group? It's a P&L account or a balance sheet account, depending. Short text, long text, keywords translation, you have to ask you, and information. These are the 3 tab pages you get. And this has to be filled in at chart account level. It is not so much. Now let's go at the company code level. At the company code level, you have control data, create bank information, and a GL account number. So you just have these 3 tab pages. Coming to centrally, when you have both the chart account level, which has the first tab, the type description, chart account level, control data, bank, account group, sample accounts. When you do it centrally, that means you have to set up all the information at one time. So we've seen the creation of account groups, posting transaction. So when we are creating a general ledger, check account groups to see the account number allotted. So the path is SPRO, financial accounting, general ledger, master data preparation, define account groups. We have seen individual processing centrally and chart account and company code. So this slides tell you how it is to be done. How to create a GL master, how to create account, how to view an account created. So select a drop-down menu beside the GL account. It will give you a match code, give the company code, and it will show you a list of accounts created under PSL. Posting of transactions. So I will, actually, I don't want to go into this until you'll have time to create the first part. Document date, posting date. A document date and posting date will be the same in case of purchase example. Document date will be the party's bill date. Posting date, these dates come directly from the server. So when you're looking at posting a document in SAP, if I go into, let me go into it fast and just show you. Financial accounting, document entry, enter a GL account. This is a document date. The posting date, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So basically, when you're posting a document, you'll have document date, posting date. The posting date will be the server date. It will be defaulted by the system into any transaction you use. Whether the amount is in currency or INR, it will be reflected over here. And the document. So if you got a payment in US dollars, you can put the document date here, and you can say this transaction is going to be done in US dollars. This is the header. This part is the header. Over here is the line item. So here you will say debit repairs, credit bank. These are your line items. And this would be the header items. All right. So this is what your document entry screen looks like. The document date, posting date, what type document type is, what is your company code, the currency rate. All this has to be filled in, and then you'll come over here. So posting of transactions. That's the difference between document date. They have a posting transaction, a document number will be generated. You can have a reference. You have a reference field where you can put in what information you want that will tell you what this document is about. Now, posting keys. I've showed you all the field status groups. We've gone through the account groups. I showed you the document date and posting date, how it is in the system. There's a little bit of theory you have to know before you get into the system. Now, posting keys are basically keys that the debits and the credits. So 40 and 60, 70. These are posting keys which are defined by SAP. You can create your own. It will tell you whether you should debit or whether it is a credit. Because SAP, when you're entering something, you won't say debit or credit. You will have to give a posting key, and the posting key will decide how. These are posting keys. Now, SAP has these posting keys defined. So if it is the normal posting keys which we use for debits and credits will be debit entry 40, 50 is the credit entry. If the debit entry is for an asset, your key will be 70. If it is a credit for an asset, it would be 75. These are posting keys. So if you choose 40, the system knows that this is going to be a debit entry. So that is what a posting key does.
So this is actually by default, right? Or can we make the change?
No, it is recommended that you do, even when you're working on a project, when a client says, can I create a key, dissuade them as much as possible, because you should use the standard key.
Right, but
unless there are certain, like if you have factoring, if you're using, say, something like factoring, you might want to create a separate key for anything to do with factoring. But generally speaking, SAP has already created so many keys that takes care of so many requirements. You don't really need to create a new key. You can just use the SAP standard keys.
Yeah, right.
But just remember, when you create something, it has to be linked up. If you create something new that is not in SAP, means you have to train all your staff. All this takes money. It involves finance. You don't really want to do that. So as far as possible, use the SAP standard. So posting key types, you've seen 40. So they are just basically over here, they're telling you how to post a document. Now, to note, in any document in SAP, normally you can post 999 lines. You can't go past it. All right? That is a little thing to remember about. Now, in SAP, you can either create a document, you can display a document. Now, if you go to T code FP-02, if you have created a document, you can display it also. So this is basically notes for your how to display. So once you create everything, you all can go in here and see how it is done. Since you all have not created your anything in SAP, you can just go into SAP and use something standard. So use company code 1000 and pass some entries just to see how the system works. Now, what are sample documents? Sample documents are documents, say, I'm going to be using this document this is part of my job. I have to do this posting 10, 20 times a week. I can set up a sample document. For that, I use transaction code F01, and it will be salaries, wages, rents, to outstanding expenses. So once I've set up this sample, every month I can go into it, call this sample document and modify it and post it. It will make my work. I won't have to every time go in and say debit salaries, debit wages, debit rent, credit outstanding expenses. I won't have to do that. I can just go in, fetch the sample document and just update the figures I want and post it. It will save time. You can use this, normally you use this when you have line items or for 10, 15, 20 and takes much time. So the advantage of a sample document, it saves time. When we create a sample document template, we will not forget any of the provisions. So SAP has an option of holding a document. So suppose you're entering a document and you find you don't have all the information you want, or you're interrupted and you have been called away for a meeting. So you can save that as a whole meeting. You can just save it as a whole document and come back later and complete it. Now, when you're holding a document, the system is not going to ask you to tally the debit and the credit. It will allow you to save the document at whatever state you have it as. If you try and post a document, a normal document, the system will stop you if the debits are not equal to the credits. But over here, when you're holding or parking a document, the system will not stop you. It will just keep it in abeyance until you're ready to complete the document. So parking documents you can use to enter or unstore a document that is incomplete. One way we use this is, we use it for people if accounts clerk, we say he can only post invoices up to say 50,000. If there's an invoice over 50,000, he will have to park it. So he will enter it, he will park the document, then go to his boss and say, I have done this document, can you check it? So the boss will check the document, the accounts manager will check the document, and he will post the document. We use it also like that. So there are many ways of using a park document. Can anyone give me an example of accrual and deferrals in accounting?
So I'm sorry to interrupt. Just a slide ago, you told me that we have a feature called as parking document, right? So
Yes.
do we have also the ability to fix the amount like threshold for that?
Threshold, as in what?
For the amount. So above 50,000, you told that we can park the document and we can ask for the boss to approve it. So
No, I'm saying this is one way of using the park document.
Okay.
I'm a manager. I'm supposed to do this job because the document is a heavy document. But I don't have time, so I ask my junior to enter the document for me. But he does not have the authority to post it under his login. So I can have him enter it and park it in the system. And then I can go in and I can review the park document and post it. That is one way of using park document. Another way of using a park document is I'm entering it, I don't have all the information I need. So I just park the document until I get the information I need.
Okay.
Another way is I'm entering it and I'm not sure what the tax, how much percentage tax I should charge. So I can just park the document, go get the details, come back, and I can post the document then. These are various ways of using the parked option in SAP.
Okay.
Okay, so can someone tell me what an accrual or a deferral document is in this in finance, in accounting? You're all working.
Could be sales accrual and payment deferrals.
Yes. Give me an example, please.
For example, sales from this month, some of them are accrued and can be reversed the next month.
Okay. So this is basically to get your monthly P&Ls out, right? So anything like if you have paid prepaid rents, so you paid a particular rent for the entire year, say for 12,000. So per month you will need to book just 1,000. Deferrals are something you have not paid but you should have paid. You will want that to reflect in your profit and loss for the month. So you will have to make an entry for that. So SAP gives you an option of doing it. You can enter through code FBS1, enter accrual or deferral document, or FB-81, where you can reverse an accrual deferral document. Actually, all this we should be doing after you'll have had time to set up your system so you all can run these transactions. I will go over this with you all once more. So we have an account assignment model. We have exchange rates which we have to maintain, which is maintained under the table TCUR. The exchange rate types, exchange rate type M is provided by SAP, which is applicable to fetch an exchange rate from any foreign currency transaction. As per client requirements, you can create new exchange rate types. It is not advisable to delete the standard exchange rate types. So for the exchange rate, we go to the SAP SPRO general settings, currencies, which we saw before, and check on exchange rate types or T code OB07. All this information is given in your document.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP module is responsible for managing general ledger accounting? Option A, FIGL. Option B, COPC. Option C, FIAA. Option D, SDMM. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing finances? Our SAP FICO on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FICO on ECC. It's like a toolbox for handling financial records and controlling costs in your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP FICO on ECC Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So what is the whole document we discussed? Can anyone tell me? Hold or park document?
Key document waiting to be finalized and posted.
Okay, that's good. So there are some exercises we will do once we configure the system. So can everyone now log into SAP?
Yes.
So we will go into SPRO. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, just type SPRO. Putting a few notes in the discussion board, y'all can, LMS tool, y'all can follow those notes. I'm creating a post in the discussion board. So first we'll go to the enterprise structure. We look at definition, financial accounting, define company. We'll go to new entries. So I am taking 91A0 as a company. Each of you go to the attendance, see what number you you stand in the attendance sheet of the LMS and replace 0 with that number. The company name is Empiricism Group.
Where do we find the number?
You will, if you go to the attendance sheet, you will see your name over there.
Okay. I'm new to the class, so I just got added.
Okay.
And
so see the last number there and take the one after it.
Okay.
Y'all can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things over here, many of these fields are, once you set India, and India has a postcode of 6, if you try and use 7 or 8, the system will probably reject you. Can someone tell me what exactly is difference between a company and company code?
So company is the organization name. The company codes, like maybe different company codes based on the locations.
Say that again.
And so company is the organization name.
Okay.
And the company code is like the alphanumeric numbers that we can update, and that will be based on the locations, depending on the locations and the regions.
All right. Anyone else like to try?
Yes, I can try. Company is the organization structure, basically client name, and company codes can be multiple company codes or maybe a small identity of your company. Business area are the different branches of your company.
Okay. All right. So a company basically you can look at as the holding company. Say Tata Group of companies or Microsoft. The company codes under it would be the subsidiaries. That is one way of looking at it. So like Tata Group has Tata Motors under it. It has Big Basket. It has Tata Steel. It has telecom. all these companies would be created as company code. A company code is the smallest entity which is required by law and statutory requirement to maintain its own set of books of accounts, produce a balance sheet and profit and loss account. All right. So this is where we are. I have filled in the company. My company name will be Empiricism Group. This is the company code is 91A0. Each of you will have 91A1, A2, A3, A4, A5, carrying on down the line. And I'm going to save it. As I told you, you would get a transport request. So for the purpose of the first round of configuration, we will just create one transport request. And we will save it. So this is the company which I have created. Now I passed you all a document, right? You all have that document. So the expectation would be take a screenshot of it. Don't take too much of a screenshot, just cover the area which has the details, all the details. Okay, now I've put up my Word document. We have taken the screenshot. You all have this similar document to help you all along. So I'm doing general ledger configuration, create company. Now in this step, you create companies. A company is an organization unit in accounting which represents a business organization according to the requirements of commercial law of a particular country. So you will put a little note over here from, you can either take it from the materials which you have, or you can Google it and get the best possible explanation for a company and put it over here. This is going to help you as you go along and help you in your further practice. It will help you with your interviews also. All right. So this is a table of information which you will fill in as to what exactly is your company data is going to be filled in the fields. So we have over here the menu path is given on top. Enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, define company. And this is the information I put in. So this is your company being created. At the next step, we will create and define a credit control area.
So when I'm trying the same thing, it says data locked by user. So
that means, like I told you, because you are all working in the same instance. So the server is the same for each of you. So this configuration impacts everyone in the client. You're all using the same client to log in, right? So client 800 or something they've given you all. So you all will, you have to wait until one person finishes for the next person to get into it. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, if you all are seeing a Word document or my SAP?
Word document.
Word document. Okay. So under each configuration, you need to put in the data which you're going to be using. So when you get into the configuration, you have all the data ready at hand. So the next step, I'm going to be creating a credit control area. I'm going to name it 91A0. You all will be naming it 91A1, A2, A3. It will be Empiricism CCA, Credit Control Area. The update is 12. The fiscal year will be K4, that is the calendar year. And the currency, I'm going to use euro. Just remember, use the currency of the where you're going to set up your company. If you're setting up your company like anyone will be doing in US, then you will take the US dollar as your currency. So the menu path is up over here. Enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, define credit control area. So back we go to SAP now. The next step, can you see it? Define credit control area. I'm going to new entry. And since I have the data handy with me and I've set up I'll just copy it and paste it into SAP. My currency is INR. Okay, update. I'm going to take 12. Usually we always take 12 because the open order value on a time access delivery billing document, we want everything. For fiscal year, you go to the pop-up box. Now SAP has set some standard fiscal years in. In your system, you will find many because many people are using it and creating fiscal years. Since we are using the standard variant, so K would be the first of the ones delivered by SAP. So someone has renamed this Indian April to March special. It's K1. So we can take K1 of those who want to take April to March. You can go to V.
If my display says log data, what does that mean again?
If you are in the system, if someone else is in the system before you,
Okay.
you will get that it is locked by user.
Okay.
I have a question about this document. Is there any way to save the blank document out there again? We're not all supposed to save it with our stuff in it, are we? Into one document? Are we just each supposed to have one document?
You're not allowed to download the document.
So somebody did though. If I click on the discussion board for the document, it's filled out with other businesses and company codes that people have already screenshotted in. So if I click on the material on the discussion board, the enterprise structure ZT, it has a student's name on it, and has different.
It has been overwritten, you mean?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, okay, it's overwritten. I'll put up a new one.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Which renumbered some of the things, so I was just getting a little offline there. So anyway, yeah, if you could resave it, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, let me just put up a new one since you all will need it. I'm putting it as config help.
So we grab the document and we save it and start building
save it to
our company.
your
Yeah.
PC.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think someone has opened the document, used it, and saved it in the discussion board itself.
Yes.
Okay, I've put up the document.
Thank you.
Okay, so in the next step, we create a credit control area. In the next step, we create a company code. Can you see my Word document?
You're still on the SAP IMG screen. I do see the new document. I grabbed it from the discussion board, if that was the question.
Okay. All right. Now I'm sharing my Word document.
Yes.
So we create a company code here. So the menu path is enterprise structure, definition, financial accounting, define, copy, edit, delete, company code. This is where we double click. And we'll go to edit company code data. Now I put some notes over here for what y'all can read up. If you select the second option, edit company code data, you have to manually configure all the subsequent assignments. When you select the first option, all configuration tables get copied automatically with the assignments. This option is usually selected when we are doing a kind of rollout. So we have implemented a company code already. We are going to use that company code as a basis to create all other companies in the implementation project. So then we can use the copy one option. Over here, we won't use the copy option because all the assignments we've done, like number ranges, field statuses, everything gets copied when we do the GL accounts, all will get copied. We want to create this all fresh for the first time. So we will create from start. So we will just go to edit company code data. So the company code is a 4-letter alphanumeric number. So I'm clicking on it. It brings us to this screen. New entry. So my company code is 91A1. Because I took 91A0 as my group company, so all the company codes I'll be creating under it will be 91A1, A2, A3. So this is the data I want. So if I come to this third icon, you have the minus, you have the go previous entry, next entry. After that, you have address. So once I fill in the first set, I will be going to this entry. Here, I will be asked to fill in the data, more details on the company's address. So my title you get to put first. So it's a company, or you can be setting up a name of a person. EMPRICISM This is a short name. You can put a small name. If you were, say, Unitech Limited, you can put UTL as a short name. What is the search term? Because if you want to find your company in any area, you can put in a search term, which will bring you to the company. So you can have a short form over here. So that next is the address. The postcode. The country. Once you enter your country, when you come to the regions, it will throw up the regions which SAP has. For if you are US, it will throw up all the states. So you can have an option of putting a PO box number. You can put your communication over here. Is where you put the company's phone number, the company's fax number, the email number, which will appear in any correspondence or the invoices of which are created. So you can save it. You will. Now we have just created the shell of the company. In a later option, you will have to create more details of the company. Then you will edit company code data and company code global settings there will be. You will go there and put in what is the fiscal year going to be, what will be the field statuses you will be using. All that information would be next. Next, we have define business area. So you can go to new entry. This is very simple. So business area, I'm putting A001. Wholesale. A002. Retail. A003. I'll be putting services. And these are going to be my business areas. Okay, this A already exists in the system. So let me go with A9. So I've created 3 business areas: wholesale, retail, and services. Anyone has any ideas on what kind of business areas you all would like to create?
Could be manufacturing.
Okay, manufacturing.
Could be marketing.
Sorry, come again.
Marketing.
Marketing, all right.
Could be sales and distribution.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Packaging.
Packaging. A business area you won't exactly take as packaging, because packaging is a small part. It is a business area is an area of responsibility or an area of operation.
Warehouse, storage.
That is also a small. It's not exactly. It needs to be something bigger, because when you're looking at a business area, you want to see the profitability of that business area, right? So whether it's making a profit or loss, you want to see how much costs are being eaten by it, how much of your cost is being allocated from a very global company perspective. So you want to take a particular area, or it could be region-wise. You could want to see your profitability region-wise. So you could have North America, South America, or you could take it if you're basically only in, if you're a global company, you will want to take the Americas, you'll want to take Europe, you'll want to take Asia. So see how much profit you're making and what are your operations in these areas. If you're a company, say, in the US and only operating within the US, you might want to see how much each state is contributing to your business. So your business areas could be region-wise and you could allocate it as per the states. So that is how you think when you're setting up a business area. So the same way you can define functional areas. And now function areas, you can use production, admin, manufacturing, things like that. So admin, sales and distribution, research and development, these are the kind of functional areas which you have. So I'm going to new entry. I'm putting AA01. Production. AA02. Marketing. AA03. Administration. And I'm saving it. Now someone is already using this key. Okay, so I defined the company code, I've defined the credit control area, I've defined credit control area, company code, business area, and functional areas I've defined. The next we will do later. In the next step, I can either go to assignment or I could finish all configuration that have to be defined first. So I'm going to financial accounting. I'm going to general ledger, master data, GL accounts, preparations. I'm going to edit chart of account. Now, do you all have that document at the side of you, which I had given you all?
Yes.
Okay. So now that document actually is far more than what the course is. All right. I have put a lot of additional configurations in that document. So when you all finish this course, you all can go back in. I believe they give you all access to the servers even after you all finish the course. Or you all can take a server on hire, and you all can do a bigger, wider, more in-depth configuration to help you all to get a better understanding of SAP, and you all will do better at interviews then. Just remember that whenever you do anything, document what you're doing. So when you go for an interview, you could possibly impress people if you can say, show them the work you've done. So I'm going to create now a chart of account. So if you look at the document you all have just sent, edit chart of account list. Now, the general ledger configuration requires one operating chart of account for every company code. In later steps, this chart of account is assigned to a company code. Over here, we are just creating the chart of account. We are not creating the GL accounts which are going to be under this chart of account. So we are just setting up the basic skeleton of the, you could say, of the GL account requirements. So I'm going to edit chart of account. You can see what I'm doing. Now I've decided to keep my naming conventions as 91A0. Now, since my group company is 91A0, and in my scenario, all company codes I create will be created under company 91A0. So it will be 91A1, 91A2, 91A3. So in my scenario, anything that is global, which all company codes under the company will be using, I am taking my company and using that numbering for everything which is going to be global. So 91A0 is what I will be creating my chart account as. Put the name of the company you have decided on as COA stands for chart of account. It's maintenance language. I will be going with English. The length of GL account. Now you have an option over here. You can say 4, 5, 6, 7. Choice is yours. I'm going with 8. My option over here is I can take a group chart account. That means I have to create something. I do not want a group chart account at this stage, so I'm leaving it. If you want to be adventurous, you can choose CONS as your chart of account. As your group chart of account, that is the standard delivery from SAP. So you can use that, but just remember a little bit extra work. So at the early stages, we won't use the group chart of account. If I don't want anyone to, if I'm doing an implementation and I'm setting up and I haven't fully set up my chart of account and I haven't fully done I will click status as blocked, which means no one can use this chart of account until I block it. So I'm going to save this. So this is what I've saved. I'm exiting it now. Now I'm going back to my assignments. I had done definition. This is the definition where we have created our organization structure. Now I'm coming to assignments where I'm going to assign what I've created. So first step, I will assign company code to company. This is very simple. My company was 91A0, I believe. So 91A1 is my company code name. My company name was this is my company name. I'm just going to attach it. And I'm going to save it. In the next step, I'm going to assign my company code. And I'm going to assign it to the credit control area I created. This is the credit control area I've created. and I'm saving it. You only know in SAP that you have finished a configuration when you get this prompt for a customizing request. If you've done a customization and you haven't come to this step, you do not get a throw up of this prompt for customer. That means you have not actually done anything. So if you finish your configuration and you don't save it in the customization request, means you haven't actually done anything. So now I'm going back to financial accounting general ledger. I've created a chart of account. So the next step, I have to assign the company code to the chart of account. So once again, I look for my company code 91A1. You see this find search button. It's pretty standard as you use it. You'll find it in all over. So this is my chart account created. I'm saving it. Okay, now would anyone like to try okay, define account group. Let me do the define account group, then we can look at. So in account groups, SAP has given some standard account groups. So the normal standard account groups would be the chart account. For INT chart account would be cash, GL, material, reconciliation accounts. So we can use the standard one and just copy and rename it to something we want. I'm looking at chart account INT. Fixed asset account, liquid funds account. So I'll take fixed asset accounts, liquid asset accounts, general GL accounts. I'll pick up liabilities and I'll pick up material management. I'm picking up these accounts. And I'm going to, you have field status, new entries, and copy as. I'm going to choose copy as. I'm going to rename the chart of account. I have created a chart of account. Now, if you remember your chart of account, you can just come in here and just type it in. Can someone tell me exactly where I'll be using this particular configuration? It will come handy.
Reporting.
Yes, say that again.
Reporting, reports, financial statements.
Yeah, that would be at the end. But the first step, before I can get to recording, I'll have to be doing something. So what would that first step be? Where I will be using it?
Creating the accounts.
The first step would be when I'm creating my GL accounts, my master data. Remember I told you, SAP runs with, you have an organization structure. Based on the organization structure, you'll be creating master data for that organization structures. From the master data, you'll utilize the master data to create transactional data like invoices, all invoices, your asset purchases, depreciation, everything will be used based on your master data. So you have organization structure, you have master data, then you'll have transaction data. Basis the transaction data, you will have your information system, which would be all your reports. So that is the standard flow of SAP. Organization structure, master data, transactional data, and then your reports. So at the bottom, I have copy. I'm going to copy it. It has come as I want it. I have an option here of changing. I will come back later and do it. Say for fixed assets, I'll use liquid accounts. I'll use 8 digits. So I'll use something like 1110. That's 8. Control C. Control V, and I'll say I want this up to 999. So I can have my liquid accounts like this. And I'm going to save it. So now I've created my account groups. Next, I'll be creating is I'll define retained earning accounts. Can someone tell me what is the what a retained earning account does?
It's like the reserve or surplus, like the part of the profit, like move to the retained earning account.
So in that, at the end of the year, fiscal year, the system carries forward the balance of the P&L accounts to the retained earning accounts. You can define one or more P&L statement account types per chart account and assign them to a retained earning account. So when you are first doing this configuration, you have to think what will be my retained earning account number. When you would not have created the GL yet, so the system will tell you something like give you a message saying that this account is not being created. So you just ignore that warning and carry on. So this is my chart of account. So you put an X over here.
Just have to hit enter, I think.
It should not be terminating. It should be going through.
Can you hit enter? Don't you hit enter through the yellow warnings and then hit save?
Yes. Okay. And that is now. Would anyone like to try the next steps? Would anyone like to try?
What are the next steps to create the GL? Or
no, the next step of we still before we can create GLs, we have to go in and first create the basic settings, general and basic settings. Now the general settings are we saw before: currencies, regions, all that, right? Do you all remember? Any of you recall it? Where we just explored the system, we were not going to do anything. Under SAP NetWeaver, we have general settings where we set countries. SAP has already delivered all the countries in the world. chances are you will not be working with a country that has not been already created by SAP. This country, e.g. Egypt. If I come down, I will find US also here. So US is created. India is created. Anyone using a country apart from India and US will be using in their configuration? Everyone?
I won't, no, I won't be.
So, depending on which country you are from, use that country because you'll be more familiar with the nuances of that particular country. Taxes, regions, how phone numbers are set up. You'll find it easier if you use your own country. So, you just have to explore what exactly is in countries. So, what data is used. Now, if we look at it, US, America, normally it is called Americans. Americans, like hard currency is USD. The tax procedure set up by SAP is tax US. The ISO code for United States is USA. The 3-digit character ISO code is USA, and the ISO code is US. Either one is being used. The address layouts, you have many address layouts. The date format, month, day, year. This is normally how the US maintains the date format. Is that correct? We have someone
Yes.
in India, we would be doing DDMMYYY. That is the way the date format is used in India. You have the option of decimal format here. I think US uses unit method, so it's units, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. Similar, India is quite the same, but there are other formats. Like you see, certain European countries use a comma as a decimal place. So if you are in a country that uses a comma, it will be maintained over here. So we have defined up to account groups, retained earning accounts. We have done that part.
So I
Going to fiscal year variant.
Sorry.
Can someone tell me what a fiscal year variant is? We have discussed it before.
Select the fiscal year, like January to December, or the special periods required or not.
Okay. So SAP has delivered some standard. Now, fiscal year variant, if you follow the menu path, your menu path will be financial accounting new, financial accounting global settings, fiscal year, maintain fiscal year. So fiscal year and posting periods, you maintain a fiscal year variant. Now, since I have chosen K1, which is the standard SAP delivered fiscal year, I will not have to do anything over here. K0, K1, K2, K3, K4 are the standard SAP delivered. So you have a choice of using K1, that is Jan to December. Or V1 is April to March. Someone has actually changed the standard deliveries year. Non-calendar year, April to March. So V5. So if you want April to March, you will choose V5. If you want your company to have a calendar year, you will use K. K1 is one special period. You can use K4.
Where do you assign that variant?
Yes, it is already created, so you don't have to do anything here. We assign the company code here if you have once you have created it. So my company code is 91A1. And I'll be using the Jan V star, and I can search everything with V.
We are not supposed to create fiscal year variant.
You can create it. For now, the first round which we will be doing, after that I'll ask you to create a company code again. So this is just the first run for a company code. So we're not creating anything here.
Okay.
Later on, when you'll get finish the first round and you'll understand what problems you'll have creating it, we will then go into
the creation
of a few more.
So what I exactly did was when I did credit control area, I selected B3, and then when I was doing fiscal year variant, I created a new one because over there I didn't selected V3. You have to create a unique one. This is what I read in one of the notes on internet.
No, SAP delivers quite a few actually standard variants.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the standard variants which SAP creates, you can use that, because if you're using a calendar year variant, you might as well use what is this standard SAP variant with K1, K2, K3, K4. They are the standard. And if you're using April to March, SAP has already set up variants for V1, V2, V3, V4.
Right.
For one special posting period, two special posting periods, 3 and 4 special posting periods. So you can use that only.
But I couldn't understand the logic why a unique fiscal year variant is needed to be created.
You don't need to create if it's already in the system. Like I said, SAP has already delivered a lot of standard configurations for you to help you out.
Okay,
you can use the standard whenever it is there.
Only then we need to create, or else the standard ones we can use it.
Yes.
All right.
Because it is always advisable to use what an SAP standard, because that is a tested time bound kind of method which has worked. Like same with your even if you say I don't want to use the standard, I have April to March with 4 purchase period. I don't want to use the SAP standard. I want to create my own. You just copy the SAP delivered one and rename it as your own.
Yes. Okay.
That is an option you have. Say I don't want it to be V. I want mine to be A1. So you just copy the V3 and rename it as A1. But you can keep all the other features the same.
Okay.
Actually, we are working in a system where a lot of people are practicing. As a result, many of the standard configurations have been overwritten by other trainees. So I wanted, what was it they have taken? Indian, I want K5, April to someone has delivered. I'll take K3 since it seems to exist, the standard variant existing. I'm going to assign mine to K3.
So once we have done this assigning part, and if I want to redo it or if I want to make any modification, can I do that after saving?
Okay, I've saved this. If you have not posted anything or you have not utilized it, you should be able to make a change. And sometimes SAP system, once you've done something, will not allow you to change. I'm exiting. Now I want to change this fiscal year variant. I made a mistake. So I can go back to assign fiscal year variant. I go to my company. And I can make a change if I want.
Okay.
You over here, there's no restrictions, so chances are you can change. Otherwise, you'll get an icon which is a display change icon. If that works, it means you can do what you want over there. So we've done a fiscal year variant. I have to remember that my fiscal year variant, when I created the I have to change it over there.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP ECC, what represents the smallest organizational unit for financial reporting? Option A, company code. Option B, profit center. Option C, business area. Option D, cost center. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing finances? Our SAP FICO on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FICO on ECC. It's like a toolbox for handling financial records and controlling costs in your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP FICO on ECC Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
So this is the same help document I'm putting for you all. So you all will have no problems following the class, understanding what accounts receivable, accounts payable is about. So the first part is customer accounts, the master records. What do you have to do before you create a customer master record? So before you can create a customer master record, you have to define account groups with a screen layout. You have an option in SAP of defining screen layouts per customer code, because for different company codes you might want different screen layouts. Then defining screen layouts per activity of customers, entering an accounting clerk's identification code for customer, define industries, create number ranges, assign number ranges, delete customer master data. That's only for information purpose. There's a way to delete a customer master data. Then if you look at customer and compare what you have to do with vendors, you will find the process is the same. You have to define account group with screen layouts. You have to define screen layouts per customer code. So it is basically the same thing. You have to, if you understand if you've done customer accounts, you should be able to pick up vendor accounts very easily, because it follows the same, the synergy is the same. You create your number ranges, assign your number ranges, and then we come into business transactions. Business transactions for customer and vendors tend to be the same. So once you set up for one, you've done it for the other. So maintaining payment terms, defining terms of payments for installment payments, defining cash discounts, outgoing payments. There's incoming payments, there's outgoing payments. Then there's manual payments, which we have to do. Then automatic payments. Automatic payments is something important. Manual payments are very simple. It's just a matter of entering a transaction. But automatic outgoing payments, you have to make certain setups. And then you have down payments, or what we call in SAP special GL. So this document also I'll be putting up for you all. It's the same. It's on the lines of the last one I sent you all. Just remember, you see the part I've highlighted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This part you all have to fill in. This is what I've given you all. You all have to fill it in with your understanding. This is my understanding. When you all are doing this document, you all need to fill this part up with your understanding of what this particular configuration is about. If I look at this, this is one configuration. I expect you all to find the transaction code and put the transaction code over here. I've given you all the menu part, which is the transaction code. I expect you all, I have put it in for the last document. I expect you all now to put it in to this document. And I expect you all to put your understanding of what the configuration is as a note at the bottom. Like I said before, there is certain data you have to enter in when you're doing any configuration. The data should be captured here. Over here, for this particular exercise, I've given you all a sample of what we are looking at. The customer account group, what is the description, the number ranges, whether it should be internal or external. So this is the information required. So you all will need to look at this, put your own customer group, put your own descriptions, put your own number ranges, what you all have set up, and fill it in accordingly. Is that clear?
Yes.
So let's look. I'll just go over this part, and then I'll show it to you all in the system. Creation of vendor account groups. Though when we're looking at customers or vendors, we had discussed before, it is one of the sub-ledgers or subsidiary ledger of the general ledger. The subsidiary ledger, the vendor subsidiary ledger, or the customer subsidiary ledger will hold the line and all details of the transaction you have done with either a vendor or a customer. The total of this, just one total of this is transferred to the general ledger. So you will not see in the general ledger accounts receivable GL details of what transactions are happening. If you want to see details of the transaction, you have to either go to the customer ledger, reconciliation, customer ledger, sub-ledger, or the vendor sub-ledger. In the reconciliation ledger, which transfers the totals to the GL, you will not see any details there. If you have implemented material management, then creation of invoices will come from the material management ledger. But if you haven't implemented material management, you can do the invoicing from the GL itself and the subsidiary sub-ledger itself. So your taxes, everything, it will not be as detailed as if you are using the material ledger. But if you use FI to manage material management, less information, but it can be done out of the sub-ledger. So if you are looking at in normal accounting for raw material purchasing, accounting entry would be like debit purchases account, credit suppliers account. In SAP, it will be the inventory raw material account, credit the subledger. So the basic settings for accounts payable would be creation of vendor account groups, A, FI vendor, B, MM vendors, specify the reconciliation account required. If you've got MM specify the reconciliation account required, create number ranges for vendors account, assign number ranges to vendors account group, create tolerance groups for vendor account. Can someone tell me what this tolerance group is? We had covered it before. Can anyone recall?
So it's the amount of difference that is allowed.
Yes. It could be for the differences that are posted or the limit to what can be posted by a certain individual. These are tolerance groups. So creation of two GL accounts, inventory, raw materials, that will be created under current assets, loans and advances, or depending on what account groups you are setting up. Sundry creditors for raw material under liabilities and provision. Creation of vendor master, document types and number ranges. KR is for vendor's invoice, KZ is for vendor payments, KA is vendor document for transfer or reversal. We will look at the document types are set up in SAP. It comes with standard SAP. Usually we don't need additional document types. It is always that you use what SAP has delivered. However, a lot of companies, when they're working, they will want certain specific customized document types set up for certain activities. We have an option of creating new document types. If you create a new document type, it will be two characteristics you'll use to designate it. The posting key for vendor is 31 and 25. There are few more keys. 31, 25 are the two main keys for debit and credit. So the step one, create vendor account groups. This takes you through the creation of a vendor account group, how to create a number range would be next. Assign number ranges to vendor account groups. Create tolerance groups for vendor. They want us to create two GL accounts, FS00. You can skip this part until you have completed the GL, the first part. And you have completed the customer and vendor main configurations. You can go into creating document number types, document types and number ranges. This is just how to go about it. House banks, we will do that a little bit later. Check lots, end user activities. So these are the few things which we will have to set up also. We'll be setting up terms of payment in the exercise. What are terms? Can anyone tell me what a term of payment is?
Like sales terms, like net 30.
Payment terms are basically the number of days in which you expect a customer to pay you, or the number of days in which a vendor has given you to pay for your what you owe him. So in SAP, we have to set it up. We will be setting up a few. How do you deal with cash discounts received? We will do a configuration for that. These are the transaction codes for managing vendors. XK is for creating vendor central, XK02 to change a vendor, XK03 display vendor changes centrally. Now, we normally you use XK when you have material management over there. Can anyone remember the two segments when creating the chart of account for a GL master record? When we discussed the GL master record, we said there were two segments to the GL master record.
Two segments like profit and loss and balance sheet?
No, those are the groups.
Groups, yeah.
The segments were the chart of account level and the company code level.
Oh, okay.
So when we are creating a vendor master record, you have a company code, a general data segment, and you have a FI segment. But if you have implemented, you will have, say, if vendors is there, you'll have purchase organization data. If it is a customer, you'll have the sales organization data. So you'll have an additional segment. So in the sales organization and in the purchase organization data, you will have certain more information which you can put in, which will be defaulted when you're using. Okay, can you see my Word document now?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're looking at accounts payable, You have the chart of account, you have the ledger, you have the vendors. So vendors transact directly with the accounts payable subledger, while customer and all customer related data merges into the accounts receivable subledger. So raw materials, good receipts, purchase orders, vendors, all this will feature in the AP ledger. So the first thing we do is the customer account group or customer and vendor account group. Customer and vendor account groups in SAP are used to classify customers according to business partner functions that fit best the nature of the business transaction. So you could have a customer account or vendor account group for domestic customers. You can have a account group for them would be export customers. You can have an account group for retail customers. You can have an account group for wholesale. You can have an account group for services. These vendors only supply services. These supply raw materials. So it is important when you're setting up your account group to understand that the account group will determine the number range for which the account number can be selected. The screen layout for creating a GL account or a customer or vendor account is decided in company code specific areas. So the account group will control the status, the partner schema, the field selection, the number ranges. The field status in the master record will be, is this field mandatory? Is this field optional? Is this field not required? So it is suppressed. It will decide whether the account is for a one-time customer or a general customer. SAP has an option that you're going to transact with a person for only one on a one-off basis. You don't need to create a complete master record for him. You could use a one-time customer, and all one-time customers are fitted into that one category. So the account group determines general customer or one-time customer, general vendor or one-time vendor. What will be the field selection? What would be the assigned numbering interval? The type of number assignment, whether it's going to be internal or external. Grouping of similar accounts within ranges, it ensures that only relevant screens and fields are displayed and ready for input for each customer's different partner functions. You maintain the account groups in customizing or copy the default account groups from SAP. So when it comes to numbering, you can have external number ranges or internal number ranges. The internal number ranges are assigned by the system, where external numbers are entered by the user who creates the record. So external number ranges can be alphanumeric. Internal number ranges have to be numeric. Each number range can be assigned to one or more account group. So that is account group, number ranges, and now customer master. Customer master includes all data necessary for processing business transactions and corresponding with customers. Whatever information you set up in your customer master is shared between accounting and the sales department or the purchasing department. In a customer master or vendor master, you have the data is grouped into three categories. General data. the company code specific data, sales data. General data would be the name of the customer, what is his address, contact numbers, phone numbers. That would be general data. Company code specific data would be what is his bank, what are the payment terms you're going to use for him. These are specific to the company code. Sales data would be specific to the sales you're setting up. So going into the system now. If you all want, you all can log into SAP. You all can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So the first step, we go into SPRO. Well, let's just have a look before we go into SPRO. Let's have a look at accounts receivable, any master record that has been created over here. So you all can get an idea of what this is. This is the general data screen. You have the address and street name. In the control data, you have the, if the vendor is also a customer, what is the authorization group, tax information. Tax information won't change. Payment transaction. What is the bank? This is the where you can put in the customer bank or the vendor bank. Then you have general data. Account management. What is the reconciliation account? A reconciliation account from one company code to another company code can be different. So you have payment what are the terms of payment? That also can be for each company code using this, it can be different. Someone can give 15 days credit, someone can give 10 days. So what is the payment method used? Or what is the tolerance group? What is the house bank? What a dunning procedure? Dunning is basically generating an outstanding statement. So that is captured in the, and any insurance over there. Now, this is if you're not using MM.
So the reconciliation account has to be created.
Yes, the reconciliation account will be created because you need to create a reconciliation account to assign the master records to that particular reconciliation account. Okay, now I'm going into SPRO. So we have done the enterprise structure, the defined we have defined company, credit control area, company code, business areas, functional areas. In the next step, we assign them assign the company to the company code. We assign the company to the credit control area. Then under financial accounting, we have created chart of accounts. We have assigned the chart of account to the company code. We have defined account groups. We have defined retained earning accounts. And now we are looking at this section, accounts receivable and accounts payable. You have customer accounts. You have vendor accounts. You can see master data line item balances, master data line item balances. And then you have business transactions. As you can see, the business transactions are the same for both customer and vendor accounts, accounts receivable and accounts payable.
So once you can show GL account creation. Sir.
A GL account, okay. I'll just run through this and then I'll take you through the creation of GL accounts. Was that fair enough?
Okay, sir.
So the first step is define account groups with screening layouts for customers. As you can see here, there are already account groups created. So KUNA is the standard account group. You have a choice of either using KUNA in your company code, or you can take the general customer and you can copy it and change it. So the option is to use this as it is, or come over here and say, can you see copy as?
Yes.
You can copy as and you can just change this to what you want. So my advice is, if you go through that and you find what matches your criteria of how you want to set up your account groups, just copy it and rename it to something of your own. So once you have SAP has delivered certain standards. Other people practicing in the system have created some more. So you can choose like wholesale customer. You can choose consumer and rename it as retail. So this is where you will be creating your account groups. Any issues over here? It is a very simple matter to create.
Sam, I do have a question regarding the templates over there. So is there any way or any option where we can download or use the SAP delivered templates apart from this place?
No, this is where, if you are in this particular configuration, if SAP has a standard template, it will be over here.
Okay, because as we seen in last classes, like people might have used, instead of copying the option, they might have used it, modified it, right? So I just wanted to know about that.
Like I said, KUNA is a standard SAP template.
Yes. So we cannot modify it, is it?
Yeah. So if you just go into and Google SAP standard customer account groups, you'll get a list of that. Because people over here have a lot of people have worked. So like TM customer account group, TM1, these look more like the standard SAP account groups.
Okay.
Use the standard in the first round. When you are doing your next round of practice, then you all can create your own. So as far as possible during the first phase, use what is SAP standard. So master data, you'll define an account group. Next, you'll come to screen layout. Screen layout, and we don't change. We just use the standard screen layout, which is the defaulted screen layout. All right. Don't try and create this new at the start. Create customer, change a customer, display customer. This is the standard SAP delivered. Don't try and change it. This is what you will be using. So let's have a look at this screen. Let's look at create customer account. I'm going into the details. Now you have general data and company code data. Now, you can, when you're doing yours, you can make the required entry is the first name. You can make search term a required entry. You can make postal code of the city a required entry. Okay. So you have communication. Right now, everything is optional. Just keep what is optional, because if you make anything required, then you during your entries you will have to make sure you have data for it. So under create customer general data, you have address, communication, controls, payment transaction. Under control, you have vendor, corporate group, tax code, fiscal year. Payment transaction, you need bank details, or many times we make this required entry, the bank details, especially with a vendor, because you have to pay the vendor, you need to know the vendor's bank. If it is a customer, you might not want to make bank details and required entry. That's under general data. Then company code data, you have account management data. Reconciliation account, you should make a required entry. And the sort key, you should make a required entry. Payment transaction, terms of payment, you should make it a required entry. Because we also have a zero, no tax applicable. So make payment terms of payment a required entry. Payment method, you should make a required entry. But for now, don't make it required. We'll come back, change it, and make it required at a later date. Correspondence, you can keep all this at optional. So when you create customer in accounting, this is where it is done. We won't be creating anything new here. So create a customer, change a customer, display a customer. We will keep it to the SAP standard. So define account group, screen layout, screen layout. Oh, we change message control. These are the standard SAP messages. We will not tamper with them. SAP has set up a lot of standard industries. So if you need industries, normally we can pick it up from here. So we won't be doing any configuration in this area. Certain countries like Argentina, South Korea have certain specific ways of creating master data, which data needs to be captured. So anyway, it is not applicable over here. The next step is create number ranges for account groups. So depending on the account group you have chosen, this is display intervals, change intervals, and our status, number range status, that is. So these are the number ranges that are set up. For example, number range 01 is from 1 to 100. Current status is 5. That means someone has entered documents and has used up to number 5. So 6 onwards is available. Same for number range 2. These many number ranges have been consumed. From the next number range will start at 26. Under line items, we won't be doing anything. We will be keeping it to the standard. Same for open item processing. We won't be making any changes here. If we come to vendor, it is the same as what we do in customers. It's define the account groups, define the screen layouts per customer, define screen layouts activity-wise, industries, create number ranges, assign number ranges, and then be out of it. In line items, we won't be doing anything. In business transactions, maintain payment terms. Now, these are standard payment terms. So, payable immediately on due date. You can just select this and go to the copy function and rename it as something that is specific to your company code which you have created. So, pick up 001, which is payment pay, and pick up number 3. 1, 2, 3, and change, copy it and change it, but keep everything the same. Is that clear? You'll rename it to keep it in sync with what company code you created, or you can just leave it as it is. So, or you can go to new entries and you can create a payment term here. Say you can create a payment term A001. Day limit will be after 5 days. You can give it a name over here. It is you will apply to customer when fixed day calculation or additional months. No default. You can give the posting date or document date as baseline date. So whatever date the document is, posting date is the day you actually physically enter it in the system. The document date can be the actual date of the transaction. So you can choose document date. This is for installment terms, and in the narration you can say payable within 5 days. So this is where your payment terms are. I've given an exercise. I've given all the listing of how to create an installment payment term. So you all can try that out. You can pick up one from here itself and analyze it and then copy it and change it to what you want. So going through this, in your first step, you will create customer account groups with screen layout, retail, wholesale, intercompany, export, one-time customer. Just make sure that at least the one-time customer is there in your account group. Then screen layout per company code, nothing to be done here. You can change some of the optional to required. Accounting clerk, nothing to be done by you here. Industry, nothing to be done by you here. Create number ranges, assign a number range. The account groups which you created on top, you will just bring it down here and the name and assign a number range to it. This is for customer and this will finish your customer. In a vendor account group, it will be the same. There's nothing more for you to do over here. So at least try and finish these 5-6 configurations for both customer and vendors. So it will allow you to create a master record. This automatic outgoing payments and all we can leave for later. Once we have created a GL and we have created a few customers and created a few vendors, we will come into this part. So the payment methods and all you all can, automatic payments you all can leave. So create a few payment methods, they are already in the system, attach that to your company codes. Okay, now you wanted to create? Will anyone like to share their screen? I'll do the next part on one of your screens, so that will help you all out. Would anyone like to share? Any volunteers? I'm stop sharing. You can share your screen. You can open SAP and share your screen. Okay, now there are two ways of doing this. You can either in the command box type FS00, just type FS00, enter. And it will take you to this screen. Come out of it, go back. Okay, now go to accounting, financial accounting, accounts receivable, go to master records, create. You can go to FD01. Okay, now you have created any account groups?
I believe I have. So this is, so where are we actually? I'm sorry, I kind of lost my way.
Okay, put your company code here. No, this is a reference. So there are two ways of creating. Okay, come out of this. Come out of this. Exit out of this also.
Exit out of this.
Just go to general ledger. We'll come to this screen next. Go to general ledger, yes, and go to master records, GL account, individual processing, FS00 create centrally. Okay. This is company code TT04. That is what you have created?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just go to the Excel sheet which I had sent you. Can you open that Excel sheet?
Okay.
Okay. In the Excel sheet, the first bank, pick up the first bank.
Okay. The bank. So
the first one is just one bank, I think is SBI or something, right?
SBI Bank. Okay.
Okay. Now, here what we'll do is, what is the number range you set up?
So I have set up two number ranges, one for P&L accounts and one for balance sheet accounts. I believe the balance sheet accounts start at 2 and 6 zeros. So maybe I'll try 2 and 6 zeros.
All right. So you take any of those balance sheet account numbers. Nothing has come there. You have not created anything. So you have to put the number.
I don't think it will let me. So. Oh, so I have to create here, right?
Yes, you have to create. So put a GL account number here. Just type in. This is free flowing text, so you can just type it in. So this is a short text. So click on balance sheet account. The PN right now it's on P&L account and balance sheet account. You have to choose balance sheet account.
Not letting me choose anything.
Sam, but there is some error on the left screen at the bottom. account.
Just do that again. Just show your screen. You have set a number range. So the number range, like I told you, depends on what.
Yeah.
So you have to stick to the number range.
Okay,
So the
got it.
group BS is defined only for accounts from 3 to 3999.
Okay.
So you cannot use 2 over here.
Maybe I'll try creating another one.
No, exit from this first. Try the black red X. Say no. No. Okay, go back. Okay, now come in again. Create. Now put 3 and put 10 or 100. Make the last 100.
Okay. Okay.
Now choose account group, balance sheet. Okay. Now short text, just pick it up from that. SBI account AC. SBI Bank, okay. That can be short. Long text will be State Bank of India. Account. Next, go to control data. Make this INR.
I have not set up INR, so is that
INR
okay?
is already set in the system, so just type in INR. Okay. Exchange rate difference key, leave that out. Reconciliation account type pickup. This is an asset. Okay. Now it is a bank account, so you'll want it managed on open item and line item display. So click on open item, line item display. Now sort key. This is a bank. So what would be for a bank would be an important field. For a bank, it will be either the posting date or the document date. You can take, or 12 is for vendor number, so you don't want 12. So just take document date. I have just go through the chart of account I sent you, that would help. Now create bank interest, go to the next tab. Now field status. Just refer to the sheet I sent you, what is given on the Excel sheet. And for now, just pick up 0001.
Okay, for SBI, you have to use
put bank account value date. All right. Now save it.
It says make an entry.
Make an entry in field group account number. You have made group account number mandatory. What is the group chart account you've chosen? If you have
PCOA.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You have to pick up a number here. It's mandatory. So just go to that and pick up from banks. Any bank. Pop up the drop down menu. Yes. Click on the green button. The green button at the bottom. OK button. It will pop up at least 500 entries. Okay. From here, you can pick up. See if you can find cash. Go to cash. you're mapping this to the group under cash. So all your banks put to cash then. Just remember that. Cash, or see if there's banks anywhere here, or you can put it to banks.
Okay.
Just pop that down again.
Okay. So this would
Do
be
you have
the
something
consolidation GL account. Sam, say that again.
The green button?
Again?
Yeah. The green button, this is just a search window which you are in. So is there anything to do with banks over here, or only cash?
All right. So cash selected.
Okay. Now save it.
It says open item management is not defined for reconciliation.
Okay, it's a reconciliation account. Just take off the tick form open item management. Go to control data and remove the tick form open item management. Now save. Okay, it is created. Now that is one way of creating a bank. Now another way of creating a bank is to use a template. So go to create again. Stay here. Go to create. Put in your GL account. The next number.
You want me to? Okay.
Now create a, just exit from this. Exit from this screen and create, go to the Excel sheet, share the Excel sheet with everyone.
Are you able to see it?
The Excel sheet, the chart of account which I had given you. I'd put it in discussion, chart of account. Okay. Created, let's go down and come to the P&L accounts. Create, say, electricity, GL account for electricity. So if you look, I have given you, you have to specify the account number by what range you have put in. This is a P&L account, INR. It will have a line item display. The sort key will be 2. The field status group will be G004. Keep coming down the line. Anything else there? So I've given you all the data in this. You need to create an account. So you'll need to follow. If you'll follow this, you'll find it easy. So create electricity expense account, which will be under your P&L. Okay. So just refer to this and you can come back. Now go back to the SAP screen.
Okay, I'm in the SAP screen.
You need to share the new screen with people. Okay. Same place. This is the number range you set up for expense accounts?
I'm not sure. I can give it a try. Yes, I think so. It's coming up as P&L. So no.
Number ranges, P&L accounts only defined for accounts from 2 to 2999.
It should work.
It's see if there's an extra 0 you've put in. $200,000. I think might be an extra 0. That's why.
Okay.
No, you have not created, so nothing will come here. Just take out 1 0.
I'm trying to, let's see if it will not letting me.
Exit from this because it is taking it from the other screen.
All right.
Now create again.
Let me just go back one and then
Okay.
back it again. So I don't need a balance sheet here.
No, that is just a hierarchy that's coming up. Nothing to do with what you're going to do. Just go to create an entry. Yes. When you create a balance sheet, it will come there. So take 200500. Okay. This will be has to be in sync with what you've done.
Yes, I understand. Profit and loss.
Okay. Now short text, ELECT, EXP you can take for short text.
We're creating the electricity account, right?
Yes. So short and the long text. So you don't want the electricity to be ELECT, EXP. You can type.
Okay.
Expenses you can go for full over here. Search, go for the search. The green button will take you to a search. And just scroll down to see whether they have any expenses. Should see first whether they have electricity expenses under E.
Other expenses or
Electricity, whether they have electricity expenses.
expenses, exchange rates. That's all.
No, you don't want that. Come down and go to that office part. Office, so office other expenses. Go put it under general expenses.
Other general expenses.
So just remember, when you're creating other GL accounts, if it is electricity, repairs, maintenance, put it all to other general expenses. Okay, enter. Okay, now go to control data. Put this. What is your chart account and currency?
It's USD.
Okay, leave USD there. Posting without tax allowed. You can click that. This is not a reconciliation account. This is an expense. You don't want this open line item managed, do you? You want a line item display? Okay. And now go to the next step.
Sort key has to be 02, I think. You have it on your.
Sort key can be 0. See, I think I would put document number fiscal year 02.
What else is on your?
Now the bank interest. Go to the next tab. Here you need the field status group. You chose 04, okay. Is this account relevant? Okay, now just save it. Okay, now every time you create an account in the left section, it'll be balance sheet or profit loss will all come up over here. Now just click on electricity expenses. And go to change button. Change, yes. Now it will let you, right now nothing is posted. So if you come here, you can change anything you want.
Okay.
So you can change the field status groups. Like you put a cost account. Normally in SAP, when you say cost account, you mean a material cost account, or as opposed to an expense account. Okay.
So do you want me to change it now or
No,
change
no.
it?
I'm just giving you the options. This is your first round. So in your first round, you just create. If there are mistakes made, well and good. It is good if mistakes are made, because then you, when going ahead, you will know what not to do.
Okay.
All right. So anyone can now exit from this. Now share the Excel sheet which I sent you.
So if there are any entries made to that particular account, will it still allow us to make changes?
Once you make entries, they'll allow you a certain number of changes, not all. It will depend on the change you're making.
Okay.
So if you have it like, don't have it at line item, open item managed, and you want to change it to open item managed, it will not allow you to do it, and you have to go through a long process before you can change it, convert it to open item managed.
Okay.
If it's not line item display and you want it, then there are certain criteria you have to use before, once posting is done. So once posting is done, there are a few changes that allow you to make in certain areas, not all areas.
Okay.
Now everyone has this sheet. So what I've Twinkle, can you just go from the start? Now you all have created your account groups. You all have created it according to number ranges, depending on the number ranges you have created. Like the GL account number samples are here. Now don't create, if you're creating HSBC Bank, you see the numbering I have shown over here. It's 410 is the main account, 411 is the next account, 412 is a sub account, 413, 414. So if you're creating like a Wells Fargo and Company, so 420 will be the main account, or 320. If you're creating Wells Fargo, Twinkle, for you, you will create check the sub accounts also, which is check issued out, wire transfers, other interim posting, checks received. All right. And you will follow the same numbering sequence: 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. All right. So one account you'll create, SBI will just have no sub accounts. Then if you're creating Wells Fargo, then you'll create the sub accounts and you'll create HSBC. The ones highlighted in yellow, these are the accounts you should create. So as you can see, reconciliation account. So account receivable trade is a reconciliation account. So some accounts don't have reconciliation accounts. The one with X, you should mark as open item management. The next line item displays 02 would be the sort key. The field status group is at the side. Post automatically only. There are certain accounts that should be posted through automatically only. I've put this all in. You put your number range which you have created on all these accounts. Go with the yellow ones first. All right. Whatever I've highlighted in yellow, try and create these accounts first. So at least a section from each. You can leave out the depreciation, but create the bank accounts, create few expense accounts, land, anything to do with assets you all can do later. But for now, inventory, finished goods, all those kind of, so you can post some entries. These are all expenses, so create these expense accounts. Fuel and gas, electricity, salaries, transport, create all these accounts. The retained earning account you also have to create. That is part of your configuration. So first thing you do is put the numbering for all these accounts down. And then create some of the GLs highlighted in yellow. Put the numbering for all and then highlight in, the ones highlighted will be created by you in the system. See, once you complete the GL, the general ledger, 99% of that will be replicated in customer and vendors. So if you'll complete this successfully, you will have no problem going through the vendors. Actually, I had hoped that in 4 days you all would have completed config of the first part. Because if you all complete it, we can do the transactions. Because until you all finish this, we cannot do any transactions. Now, can you go back to the SAP screen? Accounts receivable, master records. That's GL. We don't want GL. We want accounts receivable. So the next, yeah, financial accounting, accounts receivable down, further down. Yes, come to master records and create.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP FICO, what is the primary purpose of the general ledger, GL? Option A, inventory management. Option B, recording all financial transactions. Option C, managing human resources. Option D, creating sales orders. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get really good at managing finances? Our SAP FICO on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FICO on ECC. It's like a toolbox for handling financial records and controlling costs in your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP FICO on ECC Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
I had put this document up. I think you all should all have got this document. It's additional help for configuring the accounts receivable and accounts payable. When we spoke about it, the accounts receivable and accounts payable both have very similar customizing. So if we look at the customer accounts and you look at the vendor accounts, that's accounts receivable or accounts payable, the first thing you have to do is to set up how your master records are going to be created. So you do this by defining account groups with a screen layout for customers. The next step is to define the screen layout as per the company code you're operating in, specific to the company code you have created. Then the screen layout per activity and the accounting clerk's identification code for customers. You can define industries. You create number ranges for customer accounts. You assign number ranges to those customer groups. When you look at vendors, it is the same. For the first thing you have to do is to set up how vendor master records will be created. You define the account groups with screen layouts for vendors. You define the screen layouts as per the company code requirements. You define screen layouts per activity. You define accounting clerk. You create number ranges for vendor accounts. As we've seen before in SAP, when we create something, we also define something. We need to assign it. So when we create number ranges for customer accounts, we also, next step would be to assign the number ranges to the vendor account groups. Then we've seen payment terms. Payment terms in as to customizing will be the same for customers and vendors. So just let's have a look at the screen. If you all have logged into SAP, this is your easy access menu. Going into the customizing part of the menu, I'm typing in SPRO, SAP reference IMG. Now, when we look at it, we have payables and receivables come under two sections. One section would be under financial accounting, accounts receivable, accounts payable, and another part will come under logistics. You have sales and distribution here, and you have material management. Material management is vendors payable, and sales and distribution would be accounts receivable, part linked in and integrated with accounts receivable. So when we look, we are interested in this part of the menu, financial accounting, accounts receivable, accounts payable, customer accounts and their master data is what we are looking at now. Vendor accounts and the master data is what we are looking at now.
So, Sam, if we create this at the financial level, could it be also used in the other modules like
yes,
sales and distribution?
Yeah, when we create a master data, the master data has three segments. So I took you through this a little bit, how it works. So let's look at the account groups. A customer and vendor account group. The customer vendor account groups in SAP are used to classify customers into business partner functions that fit best the nature of the business transaction. So what kind of business transactions would we have with customers or vendors? The customer could be a domestic customer, or it could be an export customer. So if we are thinking of an account group where our business is domestic and export, we will say import customers, we will say domestic customers, we'll say foreign customers. If our business is like wholesale and retail, partly wholesale, partly retail, so we can classify the customers into those who are purchasing from us for wholesale business purpose and those who are purchasing for retail oriented businesses. So that, depending on how your business is set up, you will decide what kind of account groups you need. Bear in mind that the account groups in SAP determine two main things. First, what is going to be the number range? Whether this number range will be an external number range or whether it be internal. External number range means the user, every time he creates a vendor customer master record, he will have to input the number for the customer or vendor. Or if it's internal, means SAP will throw up the next number every time you create a new customer or vendor. So number ranges is as one thing that the account group determines. The second thing an account group will determine is the screen layout. So in the screen for creating master data, what would be the fields that a person has to mandatory input before you can save a record? What are the fields that can be optional? The fields are there to be filled in, not filled in, depending on business requirement, but optional. SAP, if you do not fill in those fields, won't stop you from progressing. And third, whether or not the screens, that particular field in the screen will be just displayed or suppressed because you don't want any entries to be put in that particular field. So when we look at account group, the account group will control the status of the fields. So the status of the fields, whether the fields are suppressed, ready for input or optional. The partner schema, whether the customer is a one-time customer or a general customer. A one-time customer is a customer that you rarely use or use once. It's a one-off customer. You don't really need much details on this customer. We don't really care about what this customer does. It is just there to fill the gap. The field selection. What are the fields in the customer master should be optional, required, displayed, or suppressed? And the number range of accounts. Now, this goes for both customer account groups and vendor account groups. The rationale is extended to both areas of SAP, accounts receivable and accounts payable. So, in a snapshot again, the number range intervals, the field selection, whether there's a general customer, the type of number assignment. If you're going to use internal numbering and you expect the system to do it, then you will need to use numerics. If you're going to have input the number ranges yourself, you can use alphabets or you can use alphanumeric. You have to bear that in mind. So, once we get past the account groups, we have done the number ranges, the customer master itself. Now, the customer master is done from two areas. You can either do it from sales and distribution area, or you can do it from the finance area. If you're doing it from finance area like we are, there will be two segments or two categories in the master data of customers and vendors. One will be the general data. The general data will just have the name of the customer, what is its address. Then you'll have company code specific data. What is the tax category? What is the customer vendor's bank account? This will come into the company code data. And then you have, if you're using logistics, you will have a third segment, which is the sales data, or it will be the purchase organization data. So this is basically the first step of the configuration which you all will do is define the account group with screen layouts for customers. So I've just given over here, it's just to help you all out what kind of account groups you could possibly create. So in this little example I put for you all can have a retail customer, wholesale customer, intercompany trade. You can have export customers, one-time customers, and the number ranges which you assign are internal. We went through this yesterday. This is just help. You all don't have to go with this. This is just to give you all an idea of what information is expected in this area of the configuration. So you all can change this to what your company is going to be in business about. Next is the field status. Define screen layouts for customers. So if we look, can you see my SAP screen?
No.
So I'm again financial accounting, customer accounts, master data. Define screen layouts per customer code. Now SAP already set up a default over here. So as you can see, over here it is, everything is put optional. What we had recommended yesterday was the reconciliation account we always put as a required entry because the customer and vendor subledgers are subsidiary ledgers. They need to be carried into whatever transactions are done in them must be carried into the GL, general ledger. It is done via a reconciliation account. So as a rule, when we are setting up and maintaining the field status groups for account management, we will put the reconciliation account as a required entry. We put the sort key as a required entry. Payment terms, we normally put as a required entry. A payment method. A payment term is the number of days you are going to be you are going to allow a customer, or the credit vendor allows you. A payment method, on the other hand, is whether it is a payment. How will you make the payment? Would you make it by electronic bank transfer? Would you make it by check? Would you make it by cash? Going to use bills of exchange? So those are payment methods. Is it going to be a foreign currency transaction? So that comes under payment method. So here, terms of payment and payment method, reconciliation account, three things we then to make a required entry. So you have to fill something in here. If it's a vendor, you will want to make the house bank a required entry. From which bank you're going to pay him. Not necessary, but that is one.
After setting, we have to save, sir.
Yeah, after you set what you want, you have to go and save. If you don't save and you do not get the transport request, means nothing you have done will be reflected in the system. So what you all will do here when you all come here is you all will double click this, you all will pick this up, you all will go to copy. You can see this. Can you see this? Copy as?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You all will copy as and just rename it. I have put Z001. So you put, you all take as per how you all are appearing in the numbering of the attendance, take that digit and put it at the end. So Z01, Z02, Z03, Z06. So just overwrite this as say Z006. And over here you can, sorry, put your company code here, sorry, cancel. Or you can come to new and put your company code here. Now, account group, this is customer. I'm going down now to vendors.
I had some trouble creating the intervals, the number ranges.
Okay, what was the trouble?
It was, it wouldn't let me save it. It was telling me that the numbers could not overlap or something like that. But I wasn't creating anything that was
your
overlapping.
number ranges most likely were overlapping. You cannot have overlapping number ranges. So you were duplicating the number ranges.
That someone else created?
If you look at the number ranges, your number ranges cannot overlap. Can you put up the data you wanted to? Okay, I'll come to that. I'll have a look at your screens. So in vendors, you have to do the same thing. Vendor count, master data under preparation, it will be exactly the same. You get the same screen. You can put a new entry. Once you create your new entry, with the default, you can select yours again and edit the field status. So the next step is define activity. This you have to do nothing. This is create, change, display vendors in accounting. You will just use the same standard fields. And this is where you go. You can put the name one as a required entry. the telephone, fax, data line, language, you can keep it as optional entries. For payment transactions, when you come here, you can put, you may put bank details, but in that case, you have to remember, when you're creating a bank, every time you create a vendor, you will have to put a bank. So customer, fiscal address, industry. Fiscal address you only need if you have withholding tax. Alternative pay means if the company, the vendor wants you to pay to someone else. Okay, now we did this. Hopefully, some of you all have been able to come here. So, who would like to share their screen first? Who had a problem?
I can share my screen.
Okay. Okay, we can see your easy access screen.
All right. So I started with defining the account groups for customer master.
Okay, double click it.
Okay, so, so these were the ones I created. I created 3 groups, 4,000 garden customers, fashion customers, home customers.
Okay.
So that was done and it was saved. Did I do anything else? Did not. Here I had some trouble. I wasn't sure. So now I see that you're saying that I just have to copy this.
Yes.
So do I rename here?
Yes, you can. I don't think it's a grayed out field, so it probably won't allow you to do anything there. You'll have to come back later and do it. So you can save this for now. Save it.
Save button.
Enter. Okay, now change it. I think it'll allow you to change now. Just check. And make a reconciliation account a required entry. Sort key a required entry. Okay.
And then go to company code.
Enter. And you can save.
So here we just have the company code info. Okay.
Yes.
The account management, payment transactions, the terms of payment.
You make that required entry and make payment methods and required entry. Okay, but just let's not make too many things required entries because we have to set it up then when you want to say. But for now, just take out these two. Once you create your payment terms, you can come back here and make it a required entry. Right now, you have no payment terms or anything created. So it'll be difficult for you to create a master record if you have made anything a required entry. So we'll keep it optional, come back here later, and we will make the required changes. Okay, now save this. It's probably already saved. Save it and come out. So create a customer account. When you're creating a customer account, it will ask you double click. Go to change general data, address. Make the first name a required entry.
The first name?
Name, one last name. You can make that a required entry. Make the postal code of the city a required entry. Okay, you can save this. In company code data, we will come back here later, like I said. Account management, have a look at. Make reconciliation account a required entry. Okay, that's it. And save it. Data is already saved, so you can come out now.
Okay, so I think then I tried creating number ranges for the customers.
Okay.
So here I could see it, and then when I started editing, that's when I had the problems. So I went into insert line.
Yes.
And then I tried TT. I'll just try. It just goes away as quickly as I move my cursor.
Okay, because probably number one is already created.
Try editing.
TT. Okay.
So probably it's already taken, so maybe I'll start or.
When you're using a number range, it is better to use 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, 4, 0, 5. Things like that.
Okay, I'll try that.
Enter and then save. Internal range already exists because this number range already exists.
So I guess I have to try something else.
Yes.
Okay. Let's try 99 to 999.
No. You see the first column TT? That already exists somewhere. So that is why it is not allowing you to create. So what you can do is just open that up. Okay. Go up a bit. Go right to the top.
Okay, let me just. And save the data.
You want to say yes?
Yeah.
See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all that is already there. What you're trying to create. So you need to go up. It is better to go with a numeric in this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is not there. So you can insert a number range 10. Because a lot of people are using the system. So
okay.
Yeah, now add your number range to that.
So are you talking about this first column?
Yes.
Okay, so just put 10.
10, and now put your number range you want. Say, take a number range, okay. And
without overlap.
So this number range has been taken by someone. So someone has already created a number. If 4600, you've 24500.
So do I have to create a new number range, or can I use one of these existing?
You can. Your option is to use one of these also if you want. So you can use number range 1 for the first account group, number range 2 for the second account group, number range 3 for your third account group.
Okay.
See, the SAP, if you look, just stay on the screen for a minute. You see from 2, you have number. This is your number range is denoted by. Then you have from number to number. Now, when you're setting up a number range, the system will not allow you like number range 1 and 2 to overlap each other. If there's an overlap, it will reject it.
So what do you mean by the overlap?
Overlap means you have, say, you have designated one number range 01 and made it from 1 to 100.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
And someone has, say, made a number range AB and also tried to make it from 1 to 100. The system will tell him, no, you can't. There already a number range already exists.
Okay.
Since multiple people and a lot of people are using the same servers, everyone is practicing like you. So they are also creating number ranges. If a number range overlaps, the system will not allow you to save it. You have to remember that. Your number ranges cannot overlap.
Okay. I get it now. So, but I can use the existing ones. And
yes, you can pick up any of the existing ones and use it.
Okay, that's where I had my struggle initially. So I couldn't proceed after that.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
So define retained earning account for the chart of account. I think I had made 91A0. So this is where you put an X. You put your chart of account when you're creating new.
Yes.
Okay. Over here you put an X, and over here you just put in the account you want. When you try and save it, it will give you an error message in green, which will say the GL account has not been created.
Yes.
It should come in sort of yellow. You have error messages come. You get messages come in green, which is all clear and it has been saved. It will come in an yellowish, orangish color. That means it is a warning message. And if it comes in red, it means it's an error message which you cannot move past. You have to rectify before moving past.
Okay. So this account, what does this mean over here?
A retained earning account is at the end of the year.
No, I understand what is retained earning, but here I'm asking here, PL statement and this account, what does this mean? What are we supposed to put here? What value?
Just X value. That means everything from the PL statement will be transferred to this account. And this is the retained earning account where all the balances will be transferred to. You can have multiple ones, but we are just using one.
Okay.
So at the end of the year, everything will be transferred to this particular account.
Okay.
So the debit credit together gives you your profit and your loss. Okay. So since we have gone through GL accounts for customers, have anyone tried to create a GL account?
Yes.
You all have managed to create?
Yes.
Okay.
We just followed the spreadsheet that you gave us and created multiple GL accounts.
Okay.
Sam, did we discuss parallel currency? I think that was one of the...
We have not discussed parallel currency because parallel currency you normally use in when you are doing the new GL. We will be doing a chapter on it.
Okay.
Okay. So we are, because until you all catch up with your configuration, at least the baseline configuration for you all to actually do some transaction, I'm covering the master data. So you all can create your master data basis that we will run all the transactions. All right.
You mean set up the master?
Yes.
Or
You all have set the first 2 days. You all have been setting up your organization structure,
right,
which is your company code, your credit control area, your fiscal years. All that has been done. In the second step, we start creating master data, which is our general ledger master data, customer vendor master data. We'll create today bank master data. Once we've got all this done, then we can start actually doing transactions.
Okay.
For the GL, for AR, AP.
Okay.
Now, if you look at the sheet I sent you, you can pick up a few master data from there and create. Now, let's look at banks first. So when we're looking at SAP Bank Accounting, SAP Bank Accounting is a sub-application within financial accounting. It deals with managing accounting transactions with your bank. Further, it helps to manage both incoming and outgoing payments for effective cash balance management. The purpose of this component is used to handle accounting transactions that are processed with your bank. So the features of bank is bank master data, cash balance management, that check and bill of exchange management, creation and processing of incoming and outgoing payments. It is possible to freely define all country-specific characters. The bank directory, in the real world, you have a bank directory. You can actually go to your bank and ask them for a bank directory. They will give it to you in electronic format, which you can upload into your system. This includes bank data, address data, control data like SWIFT code, IBAN. Details of the post office bank should be identified specially. So the bank directory contains all the master data for all banks that you require for payment transactions with your business partner. Now, a bank directory is created two ways. One is automatically. We have a program, RFBVAL_0. You can import a bank directory into the SAP system from an ASC2 file. You usually obtain a national bank directory on a data medium at a banking organization in your country. So if my bank is with SBI, I am setting up SAP, I can ask my bank to give me the file. They will give it to me. Next way of doing it is to create master data of all banks manually. So you have to go to accounting, financial accounting, banking, master data, bank master records, create. So what in SAP, we have a concept called house bank. So when we refer to a bank in SAP, it is any bank, whether you have an account in it or your customer has an account in it, that would be the bank. A house bank is specifically the bank which an enterprise has, which it is using to transact. So your own bank account in SAP will be referred to as a house bank. So all the banks where a company can have multiple house banks. Every bank account a company has in its name, which is using to transact, will be referred to as a house bank. So the characteristics of a house bank is they are assigned to a company code. Each company code can have multiple house banks. Each house bank for a company code is represented by a bank ID. Every account and house bank is represented by an account ID. In the SAP system, you use bank ID and account ID to specify details of a bank. Bank ID and account ID are used, example, for automatic payment transaction, electronic transactions. So the first step is you define the house bank. But before we define the house bank, it is always best to first create the GL record for it. Can anyone tell me why we need a GL account for a house bank? Anyone?
Because it's a reconciliation account.
Yes, it will serve as your reconciliation account. Whereas when your AR AP will have one or two reconciliation account, for each bank, we will want a separate account. So the first step is to create a bank. Now, for the purpose of this exercise, I have already created some over here. If you go to 91A1, I have created the Wells Fargo. Can you see the numbering of this? It is 310, 311, 314. 910 is the main bank account. (311) and 314 are the sub accounts. So one is for outgoing and one is for incoming. So basis this, you all can create. I have given for the start, just for now, you all can just use 2. So create one account with SBI, which is just a main account. Someone is creating a company code in US. They can create Wells Fargo on the basis of this. And those who have Indian company code can use the HSBC. So you all have an option of basically coming over here, say if you're US, Wells Fargo, you can just come to 91A1, pick this one up, and you can copy it. And give it your own. The reference account will be 91A1. Put your own GL account number here, your own company code here, and click enter. After that, you can modify anything which you want over here. Is that clear? Same for the Indian. You will come to HSBC and you will create with reference to this account 410. Put your own GL account here and your company code here and continue. Now, I have created a Wells Fargo.
How to create subledger, sir?
Sorry?
Subledger, how to create subledger?
We coming, first thing is we create the GL account. Then we create the house bank account. Everything which you do in that bank will be directly in come into your GL account. This is so Wells Fargo, as I said, is an account currency is in USD, and HSBC is in INR. The account currency in INR. So for the first step of the bank, you have to create your GL account. Second step, you have to go now to define a house bank. So you will get this menu path in financial accounting, bank accounts, define a house bank. Financial accounting, bank accounting, bank accounts, define house bank. So the screen will, moment you click this, it will pop up. So this is where you'll put your company code and you'll continue. Now your option is you can pick up something which is already there and copy as, or you can just go to new entry, put your house bank here. So say you're creating ICICI Bank, you will put, you can use ICICI House Bank as the house bank, or you can have a number. The bank country you will need. So if you're creating in India, you'll put IN. If it's in US, you'll put bank country US. Now the bank key is sensitive. You can, if the bank directory is set up in the system, you can come here and you can choose. Or you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Your enter bank key is longer than 11 characters. Okay, now it accepts this. And you say, come here and create. Over here, you have to put your bank account name, the region, the street, the city, the branch, the SWIFT code. And save it. Over here, you come to bank account. If you have once you created your bank account, ICICI bank account ID, the GL account which you have created will come here. You can pop up the screen and start search, and you can choose your GL account from here. The IBAN number is account ID is, so you put an account ID. You can use, that's up to you. It's what you want. There should be a rationale and a logic to it. Over here, your currency, you put it. What will the currency be? Whether you're going to maintain this bank account in the local company code currency, or whether it will have a foreign currency like USD or Euro. So what is the, if you have created it, the bank country, bank key will be defaulted in, and the address will be defaulted in. All this you have filled in the previous screen will all be defaulted here. Just pay close attention to this. When you try and save this, they'll ask you whether to transfer the IBAN numbers or not. Just say no. Because we are not sure, because this is a test system. They might not have all the IBANs updated. As a rule, if the bank directory has been uploaded, the IBAN numbers will be available in the system. It will transport it at the time of saving your data. So, when it comes to banking, you have to just remember that there are two steps to it. First, create your GL account. Second, come over here and define your house bank. Is that clear?
Yes.
Clear, guys? Any queries over here? I'll try and send you all a document like I have sent before that will help you all to create it. I don't want to go too far ahead until you all have created a customer and your GL is complete, your customer and vendors are complete, and you have defined your house banks. So what we have to do once you have set up your house bank is to customize APP is the automatic payment program. Right? Payment methods, end user areas, credit memo posting. These we have to do once we have our baseline customizing done. So in an overview, the automatic payment runs like this. The system will define the due date of a bill based on payment terms for the vendor system and will issue a check or pass an entry or clear a party account. It will generate a payment advice. It will update the check register if you're using check as a payment. It will debit the bank account if you're using electronic payment, and all this will be done automatically. But this has to be set up. Now, if you're using checks, you have to set up what in SAP is called a, I'll be coming back to this and doing it physically on the system for you. Once you'll have created your house banks, you'll have finished with your customer and vendor accounts and your GL accounts. I'm just giving an basic overview of this right now. The text should be, you have to set up a check lot. And it should be sequentially, and it is, checks are normally not used so much right now. Mostly everyone goes for electronic transfers. Before you set this up, you have to say, if you have, say, multiple accounts, what accounts will be used first. So you set up a bank-wise ranking. So say SBI will be first, ICICI will be second, IDBI will be third. So the system will always go to SBI. If SBI has a balance, it will make the payments from SBI. If they find the SBI funds are low, it will use the next bank. So when you customize APP, it's basically in 6 steps. The first is you set up the payment method per country. So payment methods are whether it is cash, check, whether it is going to be a bank transfer. That will are what payment methods are. Whether it be a foreign payment or payment in local currency, those are payment methods. So first step is the payment methods per country. Next step is to see what payment methods are set for the country are required by the company code you have created. So the next step is setting up the payment methods per company code for the payment transactions. You can set up all company codes for payment transactions. Set up the paying company code for payment transactions, creation of check lots, and assigning the payment method in the vendor master. If you're going to use, since payment method is an integral part of the APP, if anyone want to use APP, your corresponding vendor must have a payment method assigned. The system will only be able to pick up a payment to a vendor where the payment method has been assigned. If there is no payment method assigned to a vendor, which is why we said we'll make payment method later mandatory field, the system will not be able to pick it up. So this is the menu path which we need to follow. Financial accounting, or we can go to FBZP, also the transaction code. The first thing is you set payment method M, description check. The document type for payment is KZ, which is a standard document type, the clearing document type. Okay. So the first step is setting up the payment, and the menu path is this. The second step, payment methods per company code for payment transactions. Remember, we will be doing this physically in the system. Once you'll have set up your vendor, a few vendor accounts and your customer accounts, we will be coming here and doing it. Assignment payment methods. So, payment blocks, alternative pay, house bank, individual pay, this is reversal types. Payment methods is payment block, alternative, house bank, individual payment. Now, this is something we will come to again once you have got done your basic configuration. The automatic payment is done. The menu path to it is accounting, financial accounting, accounts payable, periodic processing, and payments. This will be in the SAP Easy Access menu, or F110. This is where you set up your payment method. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now there's company code. First thing is your company code has to be part of this. So you'll have to include your company code here. Again, your company code, the paying company code, you have to set up over here. Payment methods per country. So if for India, they have set, someone has set things up. So C is for check, D for cash, T for bank transfer. Depending on what kind of foreign payment transaction, domestic payments, this is allows you to set up your payment method as per what you want. So basically, you'll make sure that you have a check payment method done and a bank transfer method done. All right. Your option also, you can come from here and copy it into your company code. You can just pick up the ones you want and copy it into your company code. So for Thailand, say, let's look at for Taiwan, let's say. Under company code C, the description is a check payment. You can only use it for outgoing payments. The method classification is check. You are going to allow it for personal payments. Your document type ZP are the document types standard in SAP. ZP is a payment posting. You will find some will have KR and KZ, which are in vendor invoice or a vendor payment. So KZ you might find in many. You decide whether you want a vendor payment to have the payment method attached to KZ. Makes sense to have it attached to KZ. So over here, you can say only these countries are permitted to use this payment term. And any note you want to assign to the so that's payment methods per country. The same method you will decide for your company code. Then you have bank determination. So the ranking order, if you have multiple bank accounts, you will put your ranks over here, one by one. So I'm looking at 001. These are the banks that are set up and the ranking order. The next step is you have to set up your house bank. Wherever you see GIRO, that are the standard SAP one setup. When you're setting it up, you have an option of your available amounts. The system will come and check what are the available amounts in the bank. If it falls below a certain level, it will not select that bank. This is where you set it up. The value date. Value date is the date in which that transaction will clear. And expenses. Is there going to be any foreign exchange difference? There might be a small foreign exchange difference. It will be charged off over here. Or if there's a short payment and the short payment is minute, you don't want to follow up with it, you can put the short payments and decide what will be the amount limit over here. You will all be doing this, so I'm just running through the configuration step. Just remember, the configuration steps for accounts receivable is the same as the configuration steps for accounts payable. You have to go through the same sequence. It's a subsidiary ledger used when sales and distribution module is not implemented for all sales type. So the configuration steps are, first thing, create a customer account group. Second, create number ranges for customers. Third, assign the number range to customer account groups. Define the tolerance group for customers. Create a GL reconciliation account. Create customer master records, document types and number ranges, bills and exchange. Dunning is the generation of an outstanding statement. So I've taken you all this through the screen already. This is this pathway. You can either use the material over here, or you can use the Word document I've sent you on. It is in the group discussion. Either one you can use to help you configure the AR and AP module. So the configuration steps are also given here. You can leave out bills of exchange because we won't be going into bills of exchange. Dunning also we can leave out. We will do dunning when we have put in some invoices into the system.
Hey there! Want to get really good at managing finances? Our SAP FICO on ECC course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP FICO on ECC. It's like a toolbox for handling financial records and controlling costs in your business. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced tricks. It's made by experts who know what they're talking about. Your teachers are pros who've been doing this for ages. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It won't break the bank. This awesome opportunity to learn is really affordable. Ready to become a SAP FICO on ECC Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.